I studied 100 plus dating videos on YouTube from 100 plus different creators so that you could skip through all the nonsense I've been going through. I want you to have an amazing dating life. And this research was difficult, and I'm going to present to you. I have 235 slides here. I'm going to go through live off the top of my head, plus using my notes here from the slides, so that you can understand exactly what is being taught on YouTube right now from all sides of the equation. I am very interested in you having the best life possible, and this live stream is dedicated to helping you make that and to see the bigger picture of what's happening in dating. All the videos I picked were published in the last 3 months on YouTube. I'm tired of old, outdated dating advice. I want to know what's working now in June 2026. Every video is broken down the same standard way. Core thesis, best and weakest advice, 0 to 10 scores. And I'm going to rank 100 different creators in this live stream. I'm going to go over them, and I'm shocked that some of the creators I've been watching got some of the very lowest ranks in here when I looked at the bigger picture of what everybody's teaching. What you'll especially be fascinated in is the gap between practical and relationship scores. So many of what people are teaching is designed to just get you in a situationship, a hookup, but will not work for a long-term relationship. I will also pair and discuss everything here live based on my own personal experience, both having a happy 15-year marriage and 2 children, then getting divorced last year, dating again, going out with at least 20 women this year myself, and suffering through the dating advice on YouTube until I finally said, enough is enough. I need to see what's actually happening on YouTube. I need to teach this myself. This is not a ranking of creators as people. This is cold, hard clinical research backed by emotion of wanting a loving and joyous relationship. Now, here's how to use this live stream. If you really care about your dating life, I invite you to think about how important your dating life is, how much happiness and joy you can have, how much you've suffered up to this point. And if you want a better dating life, watch this entire long, drawn-out, detailed research live stream so that you can learn all the lessons and find maybe a handful of creators that you really love watching, and maybe stop watching some of the ones you didn't realize were so toxic you do watch. So here's how you're going to use this. Not every creator's for every goal. And this is something that this research helped me see. Like, some advice helps you get dates, but if you're already getting dates, you don't really need to see how to get more dates. What you really need is to learn how to build a relationship, stay out of bad situations, and stop drifting into fear instead of love. The goal behind the advice is very important to be aware of, and I try and get at that. Now, I set out to make this very inclusive of diverse perspectives, because what I've noticed in a lot of popular creators, they give one single perspective. They're either like, I put 27 men-focused creators in here, 33 women-focused creators in here, 12 LGBTQ plus voices, including 2 trans creators in here, 12 relationship experts in here. I take the goal that if I study what everybody's talking about, whether straight, gay, want kids, don't want kids, young, senior dating, first dates through 50 plus years, cold approach, dating apps, dating after divorce, therapists and researchers next to pickup artists, I've got it all in here because I want to hear everybody's perspective and expand. I guarantee you, you will greatly expand your view of the world and your view of dating. And from there, you will be able to conquer dating. And if you want to conquer dating and work with me, school.com/Jerry Banfield. I'm here to help you create a life you love and work with you directly. But we don't have too much time to tangent on that because it's a long presentation. So let's knock it out all live. So what you want to start off with is to see the wildly different theories of love that are all over YouTube. And this has been a big boost to me, realizing that I mostly was watching a very limited kind of content. You've got coaches teaching attraction and tactics like Todd V Dating, and Haley Quinn, who I'd been both watching recently. Attachment and emotional regulation, I had not been looking at that at all. Breakup and no contact recovery, was just starting to think about that a bit. Even though I got divorced last year, hadn't thought to look up any breakup or no contact recovery. But it's hard when you're co-parenting. You can't do you can't handle the truth. You can't do that. Standards in feminine energy, not something I'd ever looked up before this. I'd seen some red pill and evolutionary psychology. I'm not going to include any of the, or hardly any of the black pill stuff in here because that's just crap to me. Like there's so much depth in dating. There is not a one size fits all. Nobody, especially not me, nobody has all the answers that work all the time. I hate to break it to you, but there's not one single system or coach that perfectly explains how everything works because all of us, I think, are alive. All of us operate a little bit differently. All of us have different preferences and things we like and don't like. So it's not just looks. It's not just money. It's not just, one thing or another or how you treat or act or communicate. There are some things that seem to work really well for a great relationship. There are some things that work for attraction, but there's not one system that explains everything. I hadn't even been watching many videos on marriage, commitment, or mature dating until lately either, until realizing, maybe I do belong closer to that category. Boundaries and healthy communication. Interestingly, when I saw videos like this, I thought, none of this is useful for me. But doing this research, I'm like, you know what? I do need some more videos on that. So let's look at the big picture, and then I'm going to go through 100 creators with 2 slides per creator on an individual video. But let's look at the big picture first so you can see all of how this is put together, which is super important. So I actually analyzed more than 100 videos, but for here, I actually dropped some of the most useless videos and creators that didn't seem to contribute anything to the conversation. So this analysis, there's 100 videos, 100 creators, 1 video per creator. The average score on how practical their advice is, 7.5. Average relationship score, 6.5. So practical is like, okay, how do you go up and cold approach a woman or something like that? Average relationship is, how is what you're doing and the kind of person you're being going to lead to you having a successful relationship? Across these videos, YouTube leans towards tactics over connection, which is a big problem because when you're practicing and learning all these tactics, but then you have no follow through for connection where you can have a real relationship like I had for 15 years. And I still have a great co-parenting relationship with the mother of my children. And I'm looking for another single mom or a woman that wants to have more kids that I can expand my family with. So that's like my lens. And from there, I see tactics don't matter that much. I need relationship skills and I need to do everything towards a relationship. And a lot of the tactics that get taught on YouTube undermine getting a relationship. So these are the 4 kinds of advice overall. The best overall advice looks at both practical, like how can you get in a connection, a relationship, a date, move, hi, I just met you, where you can even go to meet people, and then escalate that to a loving, healthy, beautiful relationship. This is the best kind of advice. A lot of advice on YouTube, though, a lot of dating content is all about useful tactics backed by risky philosophy that many of the creators themselves have no evidence they've ever had a great relationship in their life, and all they do is work on body count, which I personally can't stand. Because the research I've seen that I guess I should have included in here shows that people with less body count tend to have much higher satisfaction in relationships. And whereas the people who've had sex with a lot more people tend to be less happy with the partner they're with, more likely to be single or in a dysfunctional relationship. And unfortunately, the majority of what you see, especially when you combine the size of the creators and the quantity of the content they put out, there's a shocking level of practical, get attraction content with very relatively little on how to build a deep relationship, and especially practical that matches the relationship together. And that's what I intend to teach is practical, like, okay, how do you get started and get on a date? And then combine that with the practical action matches getting in a beautiful relationship. There are some creators who have like deep wisdom that's less actionable that can help get in a relationship, but you're like, okay, how do I actually apply this? And then the worst of the worst all don't even have much practical or relationship value, but some of them get huge amounts of views just ranting and criticizing and putting out content that to me is destructive, And when I watch it, I feel like crap afterwards. So I thankfully have learned, especially doing this research, absolutely never watch a creator that just complains and whines and puts down whether it's another gender or a specific type of person. Never watch this kind of content. It is destructive and will screw up your mindset. Watch like your boy right here. You watch content like this with high energy, high vibes, full of love and passion, you will absolutely rock at your life. If you're in the hetero game like I am, men are, from what I've seen, the core finding, men are mostly taught attraction. We're taught peacocking, go around, and women, are turned off. You go around and turn them on, get them interested. Meanwhile, women are mostly taught to deal with the men that you're attracting or that you find attractive and then try and vet them and make sure they're a decent man. And then the relationship experts are teaching regulation, like how not to go into extremes and destroy a relationship or get all anxious and depressed and things like that. Tactics keep the date, like attraction can get you a date, and then vetting can help you avoid the losers, but regulation, which I've not been learning much on myself, helps you keep it. So here are some of the key things that keep coming up out of the 100 videos. These are some of the main things. And you'll see from here the diversity of different opinions and things we have in the videos. So you can be sure you're getting a big picture of the conversation. Relationship psychology, huge. Lots of people talking psychology right now. So much talk of red flags and boundaries. What I would add to the conversation is a lot of talk about boundaries should be more comfort zone. That there should be explicit distinction between a boundary is something like, you're never, ever going to cross this threshold. Like you're never going to break into my house while I'm filming a video right now. That's a boundary. A comfort zone is something like what you prefer, but there could be scenarios where you would step out of it. Like I was talking to my ex recently and she's like, we've been divorced now since 2025 and we've been very friendly, giving each other hugs and saying, I love you, seeing each other. And we had the discussion. She's like, I think it's time for my boundaries that we stop saying I love you and giving each other hugs. And I said, I don't think that's a boundary. To me, a boundary is something that you absolutely never do and never cross. But I think what you're saying is that talking, saying I love you, especially when she's dating someone else now, and, hugging each other every time we see each other, that's now out of your comfort zone. And that's not something we should be doing on a regular basis. But that's not a boundary in terms of that there's never a scenario where you'd say, I love you, or, ever have a hug. Like boundaries are things you never go across. And comfort zone, like often the growth can be in the comfort zone, but for keeping our relationship comfortable, yeah, it's time to distance ourselves a bit more from each other so that we're more open to, the relationship she's having with somebody else and a relationship I intend to have with the next mother of my children. So a lot of discussions about red flags and boundaries, and we'll get into some of the problems with this later because there's so much talk about red flags and boundaries that people are so paranoid that any little thing at all, oh, that's a red flag, oh, that's a red flag, oh, that's a red flag. Like there's going to be a lot more talk on this. Lots of videos talking just attraction and tactics. The problem is if you laser in better on relationship and marriage and commitment and, being a person that is ready for the relationship you want and put yourself in a position, you don't really need to do as much attraction and tactics. And a lot of the attraction and tactics is insanely repetible and contradictory. 22 videos where there's conversation about LGBTQ dating, although, that's part of the conversation. It's not the total focus of even, probably about half of these or so are significantly focused on that, like gay and lesbian dating channels. But then about the other half, that's discussed within the context of also the, hetero dating as well. There's channels for dating apps and texting specifically. I personally just deleted dating apps. I find dating apps conflict with my ability to be present and focus on creating the best live streams for you all on YouTube. And then I turn those into blog posts on my website. So I personally find dating apps to be very toxic and distracting. Whereas without dating apps, I make a much bigger effort to be in communities where there's women around that might have a lot of compatibility with me. And then I can put my attraction and tactics. There's 18 videos we've got talking about culture, faith, and identity, like Jewish dating, Muslim dating, Christian dating, etc., and 21 videos on breakup or no contact. So let's look at the best advice. We'll look at the worst advice. Then we'll jump into creators. I love this from Esther Perel, her warning to stop expecting tech level perfection and frictionlessness. And I personally have had a few women that have critiqued me saying, you know, you expect a woman to have her life perfectly together when you're trying to date some woman in her 20s. Like, that's an unreasonable expectation that she's not going to have any addictions or serious dysfunctions, and that she's going to be ready to commit, you know, and reply to your text messages and like not also be talking to 5 other guys. Like, I've struggled with having way too high standards with women personally, and I've seen them having the same thing with me. Like, any single little thing I do, oh my God, that's a red flag or a boundary, I'm ghosting him, I'm not talking to him. So I personally, one of the biggest takeaways I've got from this is embracing the risk and messiness of authentic human connection, and to figure out, where can I tolerate a bit of messiness? And then where is truly the place to say, look, I'm not dealing with that. Like, for me, alcoholism, if you're an active alcoholic, since I have a history of that as well, and I'm sober 12 years, like, that's an absolute no for me personally. But then to me, you get down into like a handful of things that are really important, and then be flexible on the rest. Naphtali Moses, stop viewing your emotional needs as wounds, as something you must magically eradicate before you can be loved. This seems like especially women tend to lean into this, but nothing I say is meant to identify or be particular for any one demographic exclusively. Like, men obviously have this issue, gay, straight, this goes all over the board. Like, you don't have to be this perfect person. Like, I've seen a number of women I've talked to where they're like, you know, I'm not ready for a relationship, I'm working on myself. Like, no, you often can do some of your best work working on your emotional needs and wounds within a relationship, instead of trying to do them by yourself and wait to be perfect before you even have a relationship. Lovers by Sean, the advice to stop expecting one romantic partner to fulfill every single intimate and emotional need. I've done really well with this. Like, with my ex, I realized like that was happening, that I had way too many expectations on that she should do, you know, she should be able to talk about my work and all my, like, that she should be there for every area of my life. I've done fantastic since getting divorced of building a much bigger community of friends and a village of people who all support me, which means now I'm in a position where getting into a relationship, I don't need my woman to be there for every single part of my life. Magic Maya says the advice to recognize that human beings, regardless of gender, often react to strong attraction with insecurity and fear rather than confidence. I've been seeing a lot of that because, I know, believe it or not, for some of you, I produce a strong repulsion in some women, and I produce strong attraction in other women. And I've noticed some of these women get insecure, like they give me signals of like, oh, I'm very attracted to you, but then they swap into like insecurity and fear also. I'm thinking of one conversation where this woman that I was very attracted to, she seemed very attracted to me, and she went from very interested in me to like flipping into this like insecurity and fear and boundaries, just chaos. And this, when you recognize that, for me, I've been pretty judgmental of that. I'm like, what is your issue? Like, why can't you just handle being attracted to someone? But I've noticed when I get attracted to someone too, there's been like this insecurity and fear. Like, as soon as they like me, I start thinking about, well, I'm going to lose them now. So being aware of this helps stop it within yourself and accept it and be more loving and compassionate in others. And emotional maturity to me is being able to internalize a woman's awkwardness as not as a personal failure or immediate rejection. And that's a big takeaway from me that I wouldn't have got without finding this research. Myrtle Leash, nice to see you. Thanks for being the first on the live stream here. And the best advice was not at all about attraction. Clay Andrews, the advice to exit the posture versus collapse paradigm entirely. Realizing that you don't have to fake unbothered confidence or sink into desperate despair, but you can just honestly and securely communicate your values, and that's emotionally mature. And from the Gay Men Going Deeper podcast, you don't lose yourself by needing someone, you lose yourself by having no boundaries. Yes. Now, this personally has been less of an issue for me. I've been pretty good with boundaries. But this, I know some of the others struggle with, reframing intimacy for really independent people. I understand sometimes the more independent you are, it can be actually difficult to include other people in your life. Lindsay Ann says the attraction test, asking yourself, would you still like this person if nobody in your life validated them? This is a grounded way to separate connection for social status. And this is a big struggle in dating because lots of us are approaching dating as a way to up our social status. And a lot of the videos, especially towards men, are all about elevating your social status. That if you want to attract a woman, you need to elevate your status, up your status, and that will attract her. But that's kind of sad. Also, the mindset of the mindset behind that all of women are supposed to care about is a man's social status. Like, there's so much more than that. Just the same as, the idea of men, all we should care about is physical attractiveness is ridiculous. Like, the personality makes a huge difference. The Gottman Institute, the advice on personal responsibility during conflict. This is big. And I really want this for my next relationship, because I am pretty comfortable admitting how I messed up and my role in a miscommunication. I can't stand being with a partner who's always right and wants to argue everything. And instead of just saying, look, just admit how you messed up here. Just admit your role in the miscommunication so we can just both move forward instead of one of us having to be right and the other having to be wrong. I'm really grateful for this. Like, this is what I want in a relationship. Caitlin V says the reframe on emotional intimacy and connection before sex. Treating a woman's need to feel emotionally connected, not as a gatekeeping hurdle to be gamed. And I can't stand a lot of the advice purely treats this as a gatekeeping hurdle to be gamed. And unfortunately, yes, you can game this, but the back end of it, the back end of it is just misery for everyone. You want to look at this as like, to me, I want to be fully emotionally connected with the woman before sex, because I have an incredible amount of loyalty within me, and trying to game that if I don't really feel that leaves everybody dissatisfied. And the goal is to truly emotionally connect with someone. Dear future wifey, the point about the key to long-term love is choosing to love each version your partner becomes. And that can be difficult when you're both continuing to grow and evolve, and you realize the person I've woken up next to is not the person I was with 10, 15 years ago. The person now, like, I love who they used to be, but I don't love who they are now. This is one of the biggest challenges of an ongoing relationship. And it encourages even dating, thinking like, could I love this person if they made some significant changes? And that's my goal going forward, is to make sure I'm with someone where we can really love each other better as we grow together. Evan Marc casts the distinction between being a maximizer and a satisficer. So a lot of us have this mindset that we're always trying to find a better option. And we have the illusion that there's so many more options than there actually are today. Versus the ideal is to be a person who's content with excellent, though imperfect choice. Like, I enjoyed on Mark Manson, and he didn't make it in here because he hasn't created any dating content that I've seen lately. And I prioritize for recent dating content. But Mark Manson had a great point in his Solved Dating podcast I watched, talking about how you want to find someone where you're okay with the 10 or 20% of things about them that you can't stand, and accept it. Like, everybody you're going to be with is going to have this 10 or 20% of things at a minimum that you can't stand. And as long as you can accept that and not try and fix it or make it go away, but just say, everybody's going to have stuff that's not compatible with me, and I accept that. Freya India says, her best advice, stop trying to be the chill, emotionally numb partner who never needs anything. I can't stand how so much advice is built around that. I'm a very warm, loving partner who is very comfortable expressing exactly what I need. And I worked on that a lot in my last marriage. I didn't used to be. And to me, true relationship security comes from clearly defining your standards, asking for what you want, and asking your partner direct questions to eliminate that guesswork. And it's kind of unreasonable to expect the person you're with to just be able to read your mind. That's all the best advice. Now we'll go through the weakest advice, and it's real important to spot if you're watching content that gives this advice and to be aware of the downsides, because I am embarrassed to admit how much content I've watched that falls in this category because I didn't look at the bigger picture and I just quickly searched for something like how to text a girl. And it's like there's these traps. There are so many channels that are basically a trap where you search for some practical advice and you go down this rabbit hole of the absolute weakest advice. So these are some of the few failure modes. Now, to be fair, I only picked one video from one creator to include here because this was hard enough picking 100 creators and 100 videos. I went through with every creator and tried to pick the best video that looked like it accurately represented their viewpoint. In some places, though, I may have got a video that wasn't so representative. I may have got a video not on their best day or that doesn't really reflect the depth they have to offer. So keep that in mind with the critiques. And that said, look for patterns. Look for creators that are consistently putting out this week kind of advice. So one of the funniest out of all these videos, Coach Kyle literally was suggesting recording your pickup and your dates. Now, sometimes I have wished I could listen back to what I said on a date or something like that. But come on, that's nuts. Like recording dates and recording talking to people, that's illegal in some places. And that's nuts. Manipulative distance tactics. I watched a bunch of Coach Corey Wayne's videos, and man, the manipulative distance tactics, I can't stand that stuff. Like, I hate when women do that kind of stuff to me. Like, can you just accurately respond to my message and I'll do the same? Do we have to do this artificial thing of trying to create, like, I can't stand it. I watched a bunch of Coach Corey Wayne's videos, and all of this that I've watched here as doing all this research has helped me, like, no thanks on any more of his videos. Fear-based gender generalizations are some of the absolute, to me, content that will really sabotage your best efforts in dating. Because if you're watching that kind of content, it's like you're setting up the other gender, or if it's the same sex, you're setting up the kind of person you want to date as the enemy. And then you're going in and it's like a war right away. And that's the last thing you want. Like, I watched a bunch of Justin Jay's videos, and I was in a place where I was hurt and frustrated myself, so I identified with watching his videos. But when I shifted into this better place of owning what I am, really loving women, forgiving my ex-wife, I found that his videos are absolutely unwatchable. And his videos could change from what I've seen and what I've sampled, but videos like criticizing the other gender, just never watch those. If you want to have a happy relationship, never watch anything that's putting down the exact type or, demographic of a person you would want to create. Then there's videos with like pseudo medical claims. And again, this is a lot of research. I could have got something inaccurate. Make sure to double check things yourself. But, be aware of people out there giving dating advice that are then tying it into specific medical claims like, Mia Dora's, feminine energy, PCOS, cherishalized, pH breakups. Like, yes, there could be some possibilities here that I may not be aware of. Yes, I am like into Louise Hay, you can heal your body, and the connections of emotions and how all that plays out in the physical health. I am into all that. At the same time, it can be dangerous to get into somebody telling you that stuff and you could pick up something that is essentially a nocebo. A placebo is something positive that you believe that plays out. A nocebo is where you pick up something negative that's basically like a placebo. It's just placebo effect. You just believe it and therefore it works. How awful is it? And a lot of things we have in my experience are nocebos. Like, you believe something's bad, so it plays out. But if you didn't believe that, it might not play out that way. So be careful of that. And then there's a lot of false hope and breakup content about, no contact is like getting your ex back. Some highlights on that from Coach Lee and Coach Craig Kenneth. I understand wanting to get your ex back, but at the same time, I was with my ex 15 years. I don't need my ex back. She doesn't need me back. There's millions of other single women on this planet and millions of single men. And lots of times the best answer is to move on and not try and get your ex back. So let's look at some more details of some of this questionable advice, because it's important you pick this up. Now, keep in mind, like, each of these creators, like Haley Quinn's a great example. I only got one single video of her to include in here, although I've watched many more of her videos. The thing is, though, most of her videos are only like 5 minutes long, and my rule is one video from one creator, because you don't want to start. So she has much more advice, And therefore, her sample in here is a bit shallow. But then again, she's the one that creates a bunch of short 5-minute videos instead of making longer ones that then I could pull all that into one video without having to confuse my methodology. So like Haley Quinn, for example, telling men that it's a rejection is still a win because they give feedback. I don't know, like where I'm at right now, I'm waiting for women to signal me because women have signaled me. They'll make deep eye contact and smile, make it clear they want me specifically to go talk to them. And that is where I've gotten the best results. What I absolutely can't stand anymore is this cold approach. When a woman hasn't looked at me or made any eye contact or given me any indication she's interested in talking to me, then I cold approach her and get rejected and I feel bad and she feels bad. And it's like, that is not a win. That is an example. Yeah, it's giving you feedback. Don't do that anymore. Don't try and just cold approach somebody who hasn't given you any signal that they're interested. Dr. Ramani, while highly validating for abuse survivors, a lot of this, a lot of content like this has led us to a situation where we have all these hyper-vigilant viewers that over-pathologize normal early dating clumsiness, mundane boundary testing, and genuine intense infatuation as calculated malicious abuse. Like love bombing, I hardly even feel comfortable giving a woman a compliment today because immediately it's love bombing. So I am very skeptical on content where you're taking things, people who've been through extreme situations, and then kind of generalizing that and putting that out there in a context where people who haven't been those extreme situations are diagnosing this. This happens to men a lot, but can happen, to anybody, where you've got women like diagnosing men like we're at a psychologist's office. I've worked as a police officer in a mental health hospital before. I've seen, the most dangerous situations and people who are physically locked up because of what they've done. And taking that environment into dating is very toxic and makes things difficult. That said, you do as a woman especially have to vet whether a man is fitting into that category or not. But realistically, the vast majority of the time, the answer is going to be no. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to detect that just from you. Usually, you're not going to be able to detect that on just a first or second date. Coach Kyle's recommendation, I already talked about the audio filming. Christy in her 50s was giving the suggestion, like, invite a woman you just met in traffic to pull over at a Starbucks up the road. I don't know about that, but this is why I love this research. It's like, I've seen women in traffic before, but, that's pretty bold. But maybe, dating in your 50s, that could make sense. But I'm almost there. I mean, not that, I got another decade, but that's why you want to watch lots of different content, is to get a feel for all these different approaches. Last first date, the advice to use hugs from friends and community to replace missing physical intimacy. Yes, that can, be like when I got divorced, I leaned in more to my community, people around me from AA and, other communities. But at the same time, what I've noticed is a lot of people are single or doing too much of this, are just trying to use all these people from communities and platonic friends to fill the void of having a lover, and then to say, oh, I don't need a lover. It's like, well, then you're leaning on your friends way too hard also. And it would be better for you to actively seek a lover instead of essentially having a few friends that are basically like lovers and that sometimes you do have sex with, but lots of times you don't. It's just, it gets confusing. Christine Loveridge said the analogy that going no context, like telling them I'm never going to speak to you again. Like this is a bit dramatic. Going silent is functionally different and can breed resentment or confusion rather than the panic. So I have a woman I went out with that, I'm like, I don't think we're compatible. She's got all these different guys going on. Her life's in a very unstable place. And, I've went silent on my end because I think that's, if she wants a bunch of details about, why I'm not interested in continuing to talk with her, I'll be happy to give her that. But, for now, she asks how I'm doing. I don't want to talk about how I'm doing with you when you're staying, for 10 days with some guy on the other side of the state. I'm not interested in having a little chat with you. You should go focus on him. And it doesn't, I'm not saying I'll never speak to her again. I'm just saying, you send me a generic, how are you today text. No, thanks. I don't want to emotionally invest in that right now when you're totally unavailable. Honey Renee, the advice to quietly quit a relationship by secretly lining up a new partner. Now, part of me wishes I could have done that when I was married before. I mean, this is framed as self-protection. This is, advising women to cheat and monkey branch. Like that destroys integrity and prevents mature communication. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong though. That's this to somebody, this advice, and part of me, I had some girls I had crushes on when I was married, and part of me, which is I should have just lined those up. And then when I got divorced, instead of having nobody and being alone and sad and desperate and needy, and then nobody wanting anything, because of that, it's like maybe I should have lined somebody up and just made a smooth transition. So maybe I'm just jealous on that one. Nadia Bakode telling someone on a first date, I should let you know I've already made a Pinterest board for a wedding. I don't know. That might actually work for me. I gotta say, that might actually work for me. Owen Cook, now I've probably spent the most hours watching his content. And after this research, the most, I love a lot of things about Owen Cook, but like the relentless promotion of like the hypomanic, highly aggressive, caveman persona, it's incredibly performative. And, his stories with women does not sound like, there've been many happy relationships. There've been a lot of like hookups and a lot of, there's been a lot of action, but not a lot of like consistency and love over time. So Owen Cook, it's like, do I want to be like this guy? Are my odds of having a woman and making a family and a partnership getting better when I listen to his content? It certainly has helped me in some other areas, but I can see from this research, like it's time to move on from listening to him and broaden my horizons. Traveler North America, nice to see you, says, how important is lean muscle? I would say it's important to take care of yourself, but here's the thing. And we're going to talk like Casey Zander, for example. I think he's in here. No, he's later on. Casey Zander is all about like, just be a Chad and get yourself looking perfectly. That is there's a point where yes, being lean and taking care of yourself is helpful, but the idea that you should just hit the gym and get insanely lean and try and just go off your physical appearance, absolutely a tangent. I think the best thing for dating is being well-rounded. So do take care of your body. I eat whole plant-based. I am like less than 20% body fat at 42 years old. I can get out and play a 4-hour tennis match in the middle of the day in the Florida heat. So I believe in taking care of my body, but at the same time, I'm not going to the gym today. I'm going to do a free yoga event at the park later to meet up with a friend and to see if, there's any women I can meet and work on all this stuff there. The idea that you need to be super shredded and lean and that's all you have to do, absolutely ridiculous. And when we talk Casey Zander later, I watched a bunch of his videos, and after this research, it's like never watching one of his videos again. And if he helps you, that's great. Personally, when I look at the big picture, not helpful. Relationship coach Deborah Cooper, her advice on navigating, family dynamics is pretty adversarial. And like, for example, when a woman complained about her 12-year-old daughter moving in, she advised making a spreadsheet to throw in the husband's face and told her she should just divorce him. Like this is, if you're dating like with stepchildren, which is the environment I'm looking in, like love and tolerance, acceptance, making a beautiful partnership is what's important. And this is why it's important to look at what a big picture of what so many different people are saying. Because if you just look at one or two or maybe a handful of creators and they all are saying the same things, it could seem like everybody's saying that. But what I'm showing you here is not everybody saying it. Some of these little like manosphere videos are very niche. And when you apply this stuff like with real people in person, it's a disaster and it doesn't get you what you want. School life, the strict rule of like 4 chances and then we're off is highly arbitrary and ignores the fact that secure relationships face complex, different periods that can be resolved with, all kinds of methods, therapy, patience. Claiming love should essentially be quite simple is ridiculous. Like looking at my parents' marriage, my mom being in the military, living all over the world, and my dad's alcoholism and getting sober, the challenges my brother and I brought, like that, having a long-term partnership is almost as challenging as dating. At least in dating, you can have some nice breaks of being single. I've been in my house all day by myself today. I'm like, damn, it's nice. Like this, oh, that's nice. It's nice in here. Todd V dating, I just found him recently in if I could summarize his videos, it's all about body count. Like it's all about as many, that's my summary of watching a number of his videos. the aggressive, and then the background behind that, like the aggressive framing deliberately that society lies to men to keep them on sexless borders. I certainly can see some of that, but you don't want resentment when you're trying to date. If you're trying to date, resentment is one of the worst things you can have. You want to open your love to that goddess or king or queen that you want to invite into your life. And that's where I'm at. That's why I'm teaching. That's why I'm doing this, because my heart is open to the queen that I want to build my life with. And I've had to sift through a lot of dating advice that has sabotaged that. And then I've got to this place on my own, and now I can see what to watch from there. Traveler North America, 86 Live says, I keep hearing that low belly fat helps. Any truth to that? I mean, obviously you don't want a big beer belly. And to me, whole plant-based is the easiest solution. If you're eating whole plant-based, according to Dr. Michael Greger, who he is a doctor, I'm not. He's the one that's done the research. I'm the one who's tried it on myself for a decade. Whole plant-based, my entire body, my mind, every single thing works better. But you can't just be eating like junk, food that's vegan and think that you're doing whole plant-based. Whole plant-based, fruits, vegetables, nuts, grains, and beans, and then like B12, spices. Like read the book How Not to Die. If you're eating like that, what I've found is my body will naturally be in a shape that's beautiful, that's healthy, and fully functional, and that's the kind of body to bring into a relationship. All right, now it's 41 minutes in. 41 minutes in. We're now going to go creator by creator. 100 creators. One by one. Well, 2 slides at a time. And I'm surprised how these rankings turned out when I applied an objective system to categorize them all the same way. Now, keep in mind, the biggest variable here is which video I chose. I might have chose Matthew Hussey's best video, and I might have chose, Casey Zander's Owen Cook's worst video for this particular methodology I used. So you're welcome to use your own methodology. I'm confident that by hearing 100 different creators and the basics of what they're teaching, it will really help you to get a bigger view of the world, just as it's helped me. So Matthew has got a perfect 10 on practical and relationship. This is, the ideal mode to be in, where the practical advice matches having a healthy relationship. His video on how to make modern dating feel easier, fantastic. Dating burnout is the single greatest threat to your love life. Yes. And I've seen, I've experienced this myself. I mean, where I've had, several dates in a week. I'm all over excited about one. I can't even hardly focus. And where I'm at right now is if you're not my, next wife, I don't need to invest anything emotionally with you. We don't even need to talk. I don't need another friend. Like, if you're not my next wife, all I've got time for is my work, my children, my taking care of myself, being a member of community and friends, and then to work on building something with my next wife, that we can build a family, a partnership, have fun together, have kids, and build a life that lasts together. And for me, trying to approach and date and attract too many women, like I literally use dating apps, a matchmaking service, and out, picking women up in person, and getting referrals from women that I have as friends, and men referring me to women to date. Like, I've experienced dating burnout this year, and it caused me to hide my authentic self and to perform rather than connect, and to be cynical. Like, when you went out with 20 women and it didn't go anywhere with any of them. I mean, I've had some like second, third, fourth dates, but most of them, not even more than a first date. It can lead you to just be really cynical. And this is why you don't want to just go numbers game. You want to go quantity over quality, or oh no, which demon infected my mind with that? You want to go quality over quantity. That's why I'm not cold approaching women. I'm not trying to, some woman that's walking by in headphones that won't look at me, I'm not talking to her. I want a woman like the one I'm very interested in now, who, looked at me and smiled at me 5 or 10 times on the dance floor before I talked to her. And then we talked for 2 hours after that. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I don't need to be cold approaching. And his best advice is what he calls the buy mode pivot. The second you start, assess the other person's worthiness. Instead of, a lot of us are trying to sell ourselves. We're showing up like it's a sale, that we're trying to sell ourselves. And this is men and women, gay and straight. We're selling up, trying to sell ourselves. But instead, look at it like you're a buyer. Like, would I buy this? And to focus on trying to investigate and play around, and would I buy this? It's like you're looking to buy rather than to sell, which is significantly more attractive and intentional. And then you can just show up and act however you want to act because you're looking to buy, not sell. Now, if you feel jaded or cynical or exhausted by dating, I think this video from Matthew Hussey about how to make modern dating feel easier, this would be a great one to watch. Now, him saying that it takes a calendar year to get to know someone, pretty ridiculous. And it can also encourage, where you get so desperate trying to get to know someone forever, you just get stuck in some situationship. So the question for this is like, is dating broken or are we just burned out? And to me, dating is not broken. Dating, I've done some fantastic learning and growth from dating, but certainly the culture and the world we're in can make dating difficult right now, but dating can also be one of the most beautiful and meaningful experiences of your life. So for everybody saying dating is broken, it's absolutely not. Next, number 2, I'm kind of surprised Mel Robbins got number 2 on here as well, but I picked a video that I think really gave a lot of value selected from Mel Robbins, the best relationship advice that everyone needs to hear from the world's #1 love researcher. She got some fantastic people together on this video. And if you've read the book, I'm not big on the let them theory. Personally, I haven't read the book. From what I've seen and heard people talking about it, I'm not as big on the let them theory. I like the opposite, really kind of like the fuck them theory. Like that's more like, no, we're not gonna let them fuck them. But the core thesis for Mel's video is the health and longevity of a relationship can be predicted of how couples handle conflict, specifically by avoiding the 4 horsemen: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. That sounds like why I got divorced. Criticism, which I unfortunately did a significant amount of criticism. And then my wife, ex now, a lot of contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. A lot of that. Me heavy on the criticism and her heavy on the other 3, which, balances out. I just specialized. And yes, absolutely. And I am so excited for a partnership where we don't criticize each other, not to say occasionally, very in moderation, like salt, just a little bit. Don't be layering it on, getting high blood pressure. Yes, the people close to you do sometimes need to say something, but it should be very not much. And contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. Like, yes, that is absolutely destructive. And if you have complaints about a partner, it can really help to like slow down, look at them, talk to other people. I remember doing that a lot in my marriage. Like, okay, how bad is this? Now, this is nice for married couples, but it also can help you get a vision of what kind of relationship you could have. The clinical advice is nice, but and technically the Gottmans are included twice here on their own channel. I think this only creator I had a little bit of overlap with. And, in real life, conflicts involving severe breaches of trust are harder to diffuse than simply saying like, I feel defensive, or like in a Big Book's Alcoholics Anonymous, like, whoo, this is getting heated. We should just, take a break or something. Like that can be difficult, but I intend to set the container and emotional maturity in my next relationship that we hold that. And also, is we never fight actually a red flag? Because, Mel says conflict avoiders are doomed. And you do need to approach conflict in a relationship, but it should be done in a way that's loving and not involving stonewalling, somebody always being wrong and the other always being right, constant defensiveness. That definitely is bad. Next, creator 3 out of 10, Apollonia Ponti, 8 things women do when they genuinely love you. Core thesis: a woman can enjoy a man's attention and all that without actually loving him. And this is tricky because, especially after I got divorced, I'm like, oh my God, this woman's noticing me. She must love me. It's like, well, just, genuine love is demonstrated by more than just words or chemistry or a little laughter. And this is big. This is some of the things that slipped away in my marriage is, consistent respect. I remember always feeling disrespected by my ex all the time. Emotional repair after conflict. This happened a lot early on, but stopped happening towards the end, especially on her end, but even on my end also. And becoming peaceful, contributing partner rather than a confusing one. And, I often was not a peaceful, contributing partner. I was an agitating partner. So it really helps to, identify what things people do when they really love you versus there's just a little bit of attraction. And this is great advice of like, stop being addicted to potential. What a lot of us do, and I've been really excited on some of my first dates this year. And it's like, then when it doesn't go anywhere, it's like I'm more grieving and sad about the potential I saw there. And really, you need to evaluate a partner based on their consistent daily patterns of behavior and accountability. Like, this is where almost every woman I've went out with has absolutely failed. There've been like no consistent daily patterns of behavior and accountability. And I'll know I have met a woman that's worthy when there's consistent, when that is there. I'm very consistent and accountable, and it's been shocking to see how little there seems to be of that. And that to me is one of my biggest green flags, is if like I message you and you actually consistently message back without like weird games and somehow you didn't have your phone for a whole day and all this weird shit. Like, no. And the title of her video is 8 Things Women Do When They Genuinely Love You. So this is worth watching if you consistently end up in situationships, you're constantly walking on eggshells, or you're seeking a marriage where you need to learn how to, properly vet your partner's character. However, the claim that immature women run to their friends and paint you as a villain is like, a little bit minimizing toxic behavior, but I guess you can make the same argument that kids are going to be kids, and that's reasonable. So I've certainly noticed confusing access with love, and I'm wondering, I'm like, I'm hardly even getting access, just having a woman that wants to hang out with me does not necessarily signal any real love there. Like, texting, hanging out, and physical intimacy get mistaken for real loyalty. And it's important to ask, like, what really demonstrates when somebody loves you. So here's next one, Jillian Turecki. And we're 51 minutes in, we're on creator 4. So I guess we'll need to speed this up. And I love the core thesis for her video here. A healthy long-term relationship requires emotional availability, self-awareness, and a willingness to take personal responsibility for your own happiness rather than projecting it onto your partner. Absolutely. And to me, dating right now, one of the biggest things I look for is emotional availability. What I'm seeing is there seem to be so few women that I'm running into that actually have any emotional availability. They're totally tied up in other areas of their life. They don't have hardly any emotional availability. Many of these women, like, single for a long time. And I see the same thing in lots of men. Lots of men are so tied up in their own life, making money, and even going out on dates and even hooking up with girls. But when I hang out with them, they don't seem to have any space in their heart to really love somebody and make a partnership. And a lot of these toxic videos are not addressing this. So to me, this, the self-awareness too. I want a partner who can, come to me and say, look, I'm sorry, I was having a bad day. And, I created this drama, and I'd like to make it up to you. Like, that is something like my ex, especially most of the decade of our relationship, was just incapable of saying. And that to me, if you can see that these qualities are real relationship makers, then you can learn, okay, how emotional availability, you need to have emotional availability by cutting off everything that's draining you. What I do a good job of is cutting off and letting go of things that are taking up my emotional availability. Like, I just let go of some more. I know I've mentioned my ex, is a 15-year relationship. So at 42 years old, that's a huge part of my life, and a lot of lessons learned all packed into one single person. And it's taken me a few months to kind of fully unravel myself emotionally so that I'm fully available for the next goddess, the next queen to come into my life. And I love the mature advice is to recognize feelings of restlessness or unfulfillment often originate from outside the relationship. And I often, in the relationship I was in before, I would move these feelings from other areas of life into the relationship. And that's something I intend to not do again. Now, if you constantly keep jumping from relationship to relationship because you get bored, or you unfairly blame your partners for your own unhappiness, the top 5 relationship lessons is a really good video to watch. Now, you do want to, this one also talking about, never venting to family or friends, but I would say that venting and complaining about your partner is also one of the worst things you can do. But at the same time, you don't want to be toxically positive and always going on about, and not facing like the shadow side, so to speak. So being able to vent occasionally and get help and perspective is valid. But I've noticed some of my people in my life struggle. They're always, venting and blaming their partners for everything. And it's like, okay, well, why is your unhappiness always your partner and not you? Especially I've noticed men in my life doing this a lot where, they're blaming their woman for everything going on. And we don't want to turn our soulmates into unpaid therapists. This overlaps with what was said, I think, in Matthew's, that you don't want one person to be your best friend, your therapist, your equal, your lover, and your business coach. Like, that was a mistake I made with my exes. My ex doesn't need, my wife doesn't need to also be my business coach, my lover, my best friend, my therapist. Like, I should have separate roles: a therapist, a best friend, a business coach. Often with the relationship, a lover and a co-parent it is enough. Number 5, Logan Yuri. Now, she was actually on the Jay Shetty podcast. I wasn't able to find a video of her alone, but I love her core thesis there. And the modern dating is hindered by unrealistic expectations. And I've been having what seem reasonable to me expectations that I should be able to encounter a woman who's not addicted to alcohol, marijuana, plant medicine, a woman that has some emotional stability and consistency, a woman that wants to have kids and it takes care of her body. It's like, all right, I guess, I do all this stuff. I'm like, why can't I just find a woman that does the same stuff I do? But maybe the woman has strengths and her weaknesses. I've been guilty of having unrealistic expectations that a woman should have all the strong points I have, plus all the weaknesses that I have. She should be strong in those. So I have a matchmaker. I still have 6 more matches. I talked to her. I said, look, if a woman is weak in some of the areas I'm strong in, but she's very interested in me, I would happily, be interested to meet her and kind of help her along. And like, I'm really strong in diet, eating, exercise, holistic health and energy, taking care of myself, creativity. And, I could use a woman who has complementary things in areas where I am weak. And I've been struggling with this, and I've noticed women have been doing the same thing with me, treating me like a consumer good. And if there's any little thing that they don't like, immediately not interested, no sparks, nothing like that. So there's a distinction between like the soulmate mindset and the work it out mindset. Like, there's, relationships do require work, and you're going to do work one way or another. One big reason I got divorced is realizing, that my ex didn't seem interested in doing any of the character development work with me anymore. That she just wanted to keep being the same person and not change anything. And I'm like, I think we need to, work on and grow our character and build and change. And she felt most comfortable doing that in the context of getting divorced. And it's actually made it a lot easier for both of us. So yes, there is a point where, maybe working it out's not working anymore, but I would still say, like, my ex was the leader in taking the divorce. I was much more in the let's work this out mindset. And especially, it seems a lot of women are initiating, like, the vast majority of divorces, like more than 2/3 are initiated by women. A lot of women are in this mindset of, that I'm not going to work it out anymore. I'm not going to try. It shouldn't be this hard. It's like, being single's hard, being in a relationship's hard. There's going to be hard work. The question is like, where are you going to get the biggest return on investment? And in this case, I do think I got a much higher return on investment, as did my ex getting divorced. But most of the time, instead of thinking about a soulmate, it's like, let's try and work out and make a great team together is ideal. Now, if you're burned out on dating apps, where people are always finding a reason to break up, and, if you're waiting for the perfect person, this would definitely be a video to watch. Now, the default second date rule, like this, I had never heard this before, that by default, you should go on a second date. I have been very quick to say no to a second date with women, and they've been quick to say the same thing with me. For example, a woman said that she didn't find me physically attractive, so I canceled the second date. Another woman, just out of the blue, after scheduling the date, said she didn't feel the romantic spark, canceled it with me. No explanation on her end for why. And I, going forward, am planning on by default to have a second date, because one single time of meeting someone is we're overemphasizing how much intuition and how much of a superpower we have to analyze and judge people and figure them out right away. But realistically, from what I've seen, you don't know someone hardly at all from seeing them one time. So I personally am committing to, I will go on as many second dates as I can, because sometimes I just don't get that great of a first impression of somebody. I'm way too quick to judge and cancel a second date myself, or to act in a way that encourages the woman to cancel a second date. And this was a awesome, default second date rule. If you're on dating apps, it might be too much, but I personally am not using dating apps anymore. So this makes a lot more sense if you're like in community and you already know somebody. And I've been over optimizing my dating filters for sure, filtering for women that like want kids, that don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs. It's like, yeah, my dating filters were so strict. There were only like 10 or 20 women in, maybe 30 or 40 on dating apps that were in the entire metro, like millions of people. That's how strict my filters were. So this video, big impact for me on like, okay, I'm getting crazy about, if she's not perfect, I shouldn't see her again. And yes, this makes you miserable, constantly trying to find this perfect person. And then somehow thinking that you're the perfect person. I have no delusion that I'm the perfect person. I know, in fact, the majority of women seem to my big personality, my big energy, my very strong opinions, my absolute ruthlessness about like my diet, eating whole plant-based, absolute sobriety, no alcohol, no drugs, no marijuana. I have very dark humor. I often have censored in person that I'm not censoring anymore. And I know that I see that the majority of women meeting me do not feel any romantic chemistry or are not right for me. And same, like that is fine. At the same time, though, it is ideal if you can find someone where there's a little chemistry and then take some more serious effort investigating it instead of just giving up right away. ManTalks number 6, very high in the practical in the relationship. The avoid the lonely dad trap, why modern fathers are burning out in isolation with John Gustin. Obviously, this hits home for me as a single dad. Core thesis that modern men are burning out because they isolate themselves under pressure to be stoic. You've got a lot of these popular male dating coaches telling men to be stoic, be a perfect provider. And, really you need emotional vulnerability, repairing mistakes, and maintaining a community outside the home. The concept of repair is the best advice in here, to face what you've done wrong. And this can be difficult, especially in early dating. Like when you've went out on one date with somebody and then you quickly canceled the date. I wonder if any of these women that have canceled quickly with me have ever regretted it. I've certainly, regretted, being too quick to say no to someone. And then it can be hard though, especially in early dating. It's like, okay, we haven't slept together yet. We have this kind of weak connection. But the one woman who reached out to me, we had a bad first date and I was like, I'm not seeing her again. And that was before I did this research. And she reached out to me and she said, look, I was in a bad place last time we went out. Like, I'd like to see you again. And we had a lot better time when I saw her again. It was kind of amazing. It was like I was going out with a totally different woman. And this, I'm seeing one area I've been getting on lately is like, especially with somebody in early dating, if they're already expecting me to be wrong and apologize, I'm never getting into that dynamic again. But at the same time, sometimes I'm not nice. Sometimes I'm not considerate. Sometimes there is an area where I haven't been nice. And this gets difficult and deeper though. It's like, okay, at what point am I people pleasing and trying to do whatever somebody wants to versus what, where do I honestly look and say, okay, I could have done a better job at that. Sorry if, that hurt your feelings. I'll make this adjustment in the future. So, if you're a man struggling, as a father, being married, or women wanting insight into pressures men face, this is a great video. And this is a point, like I'm not married right now. I am a single dad, but this is a video that's very helpful from my current perspective also. And now sometimes women potentially can hold it against you if you are vulnerable and then disrespect you and stuff like that. So it depends on the exact relationship, the exact man and the woman and the dynamic. Ideally in a highly secure, healthy marriage, vulnerability is not going to be held against you, but that means you do generally people have told me you should be vulnerable and stuff with your male friends and stuff before your partner, if you can do it that way. But again, it depends on your relationship. Discussion here: does being a better husband and father sometimes mean spending more time away from your family? Well, the hustle and grind is burning men out. So, it's important to look at why vulnerability, not stoicism, holds a marriage together. Generally, there's a nice balance of spending enough time in person with people to develop a connection and be present. But, past a certain point, it can get to where you're around too much. All right. So, we got 93 of these left. So let's see if I can keep these to 1 minute going forward. Sabrina Zohar: how to know if you're compatible with someone. True compatibility is not an instant spark. And I'm really grateful for this research to be able to take all this on my next date. Like, it seems like women especially are expecting this instant spark. All this instant story of oh my God, I feel so much. But to me, and what her thesis, Sabrina Zohar's, matches with is the active daily presence of mutual responsiveness and making your partner feel deeply known and understood. Yes, this is so beautiful, but I'm really excited to set this up with someone right now, because I've had zero luck over the last year having any kind of daily practice of mutual responsiveness, to the point where anytime I've consistently reached out to a woman and tried to have that daily outreach to her, it's completely turned her off. And then, if I'm not leading that, it has not been happening with any woman either. So I imagine, though, with the right person, that will be really appreciated and mutual. The challenge is a lot of us, men and women, get stuck in fantasy. Men, often we see some beautiful woman and we fantasize. Women expect to feel all these feelings, and if they feel them, start fantasizing. And the moment things stop feeling easy, somebody ghosts the other person, somebody blows up everything. To me, I am really excited to get past that. It shouldn't, I have no expectation that everything should just be easy in a relationship. And yes, there seem to be a lot of chronic daters these days who, as soon as the honeymoon phase is over, then it's just ghosting. It's ghosting. It's getting on dating apps, going out with a whole bunch of people. I just want one queen to be a beautiful part of my life. I don't need a whole bunch of options. And there's so many people too stuck over toxic exes because, they felt something or they thought something special is there. It's there's all kinds of great people. And then there's couples who are panicking because their relationship feels boring. This is why dating's so hard, because there's so many things going on. And the more you can appreciate the depth of all the things that are happening, the more you can study dating and be a student of dating, instead of someone that just gets sucked up into one particular narrative or another. And now, yeah, so it's interesting. So she is telling people to burn a checklist, but, she still swiped for height on dating apps, and her current partner is 6'5", and it does make her advice feel a little contradictory in practice, even if the underlying logic is sound. This is one of the tough things too with advice. Lots of times people will tell you one thing, but they did the opposite themselves. And, I would argue in lots of ways, this romantic spark, especially that women seem to be looking for, is more of a predictor of failure than success, because lots of times, and there's some more videos on this, but lots of times that spark is more anxiety and something off, and emotional dysregulation. And it's lusting, it's fantasy, that often real chemistry can be a little boring. And I've been triggering that with women. I'm healthy, I'm mature. I've had a lot of women tell me how wise and kind they read my energy as, but then lots of them are telling me they don't feel any romantic spark. Yes, because I'm not dangerous. I'm not crazy. I mean, some people think I'm crazy. I'm out here doing a live stream with 100 slides on dating, within the first year of a divorce. But this is, to me, often the spark is a predictor of failure. And it's this cycle where you get into this spark and then you think there's something so great, but it turns into something toxic. And then you're stuck on your toxic ex, and you're missing the beautiful, kind-hearted person that's going right by you in the meantime. Steph, all right, creator 8 out of 100. Steph, Anya, therapist, shares dating tips that are making it worse. So blanket, the core thesis here, blanket dating advice, like if they wanted to, they would or never settle, is often given way too rigidly. and lacks nuance necessary for real dating, it preventing people from building healthy, committed relationships. Exactly. Like and this has been a theme repeated a lot. Like, it seems a lot of us, our standards have went way too high. We expect way too much. We have the illusion of way too many options. And, the most mature and realistic advice is that relationships are not a reward for doing everything perfect. I mean, that you can I've done so much work, and I have thought, like, look, I've done all the work on myself. I've done so much. I'm pretty good at communicating here, right? But then I think, why don't I just instantly find a partner? I mean, I've had a number of women attracted to me, signaling me, as I said, that I've went on dates with. It's like, well, I've done so much work on myself. Shouldn't I just get a partner like that? Well, it's still, it still is difficult. It's kind of miraculous when you can ever line something beautiful up. And I've struggled a lot with this, like feeling like I'm doing everything right, which obviously I'm not, but then remain single. And I've known people that have been single like their entire life that feel like they're doing everything right, which I would argue there's some evidence that you're not. If you were doing everything right, you'd probably be in a relationship, and you'd have a relationship for the majority of your adult life. Just not everybody's path, but that seems. Now, her point about a relational cure is beautiful, but she doesn't spend much time detailing like how you're not trauma dumping or unfairly making your partner responsible for your psychological healing. So it is important, and considering viral advice, like if he wanted to, he would, is actually keeping you single. Like, look, I have a woman right now. I would absolutely love to go on a date with her. I've already had, essentially like an instant date where we spent hours together, like talking, holding hands at an event. I've seen her at several more events. She managed to get a boyfriend that I guess turned toxic, and now she's grieving and, crying over him. And it's like, that's a woman I would love to date and love to explore. But, I actually deleted her phone number because I got tired of reaching out to her and her not responding and feeling like she was interested in someone else, and, that there wasn't anything there. So now I'm in a position like I'm going to wait till she messages me, and I'd be very responsive, but at the same time, it's got to be mutual. And yeah, I would love to go out with her. And at the same time, though, if, she's got to signal or express some desire, some interest to go out with me too. I'm tired of asking women that have no interest in going out with me if they want to go out and feeling rejected. Like, you should be signaling that you're interested somehow, some way. And I'm looking for subtle signals. Terry Cole, number 9, relationship skills that help you feel safer in love. Like, great title. Core thesis, emotional safety doesn't happen by accident. It's built intentionally over time through small, consistent behaviors like deep listening and taking accountability. Yes. And the best advice, say something feels off to me, I want to talk about it. Exactly. I am very good at doing this. And I'm really excited to be with a woman who can do this with me, who can say, yeah, something feels off to me, let's talk about it, instead of, I'm fine, or everything's great, but like anxious and crazy as hell. And then, a blow up. I really like that. If you're recovering from codependency, marriage, struggling, resentment, wanting to build secure attachments, this is a good video to watch. Then again, the war zone anecdote's a little extreme. It highlights not being a controlling spouse, but at the same time, expressing valid fears in a deadly situation, is you do need to. This is why nothing in one single situation or one piece of advice really covers everything. And this is why it's important, why I've done this as like a meta-analysis of dating content, is so you can take in the full, get bigger and bigger perspective. So the challenge is like, where's the line between a healthy boundary and controlling your partner? Where yes, if the more you set boundaries all the time, though, the more it starts to be controlling. Where yes, it makes sense to set a boundary here, a boundary there. But when you got 5, 10, 15, 20 boundaries and everything's a boundary, and I had that boundary conversation before, when everything in your life all the time is a boundary, like that's controlling. And that's making you, unavailable to truly be with. Number 10, Tom Bruett, anxious attachment, why we chase love that hurts and how to heal. This is great. The core thesis, anxious attachment and intense fear of abandonment begin with self-abandonment. Yes. Learning to regulate your own nervous system. I've done a lot of work on this. I struggled in my marriage with regulating my nervous system. We also had a dynamic, though, where she wanted to blame me for everything. She wanted me to be dysregulated so that then everything was always my problem and my fault. And she did contribute to that, but still, that's on me to make sure I've got my own nervous system regulated. I get massages every week. I do a lot of work, and it's important to diversify your sources of connection. I see in my marriage, even though I tried with Alcoholics Anonymous and having friends, I still did not have my sources of connection diversified enough, especially around talking about my business. So this idea that putting your emotional needs like an investment portfolio, you stop putting 100% of the burden on a romantic partner, that is absolutely very valuable idea. If you identify as a chronic people pleaser, you're in situationships, short, intense relationships, like this is the anxious attachment, very good video to watch. Yes, while forgiveness can be beautiful too, there are situations where fuck them is the best approach, where you just don't go there again. So I definitely believe in diversifying emotional needs like a divestment portfolio. However, I also noticed I consistently was getting like crushes on women, especially towards the end of my marriage. And that's an example of, all right, if you're diversifying by getting crushes on other women, that's a sign there's a serious problem in the marriage, and that problem needs to be worked out, or you need to get divorced too. Ace Dad advice. So this is from Ace Dad, is for asexual individuals, which this is a viewpoint that is significantly different than a lot of, other viewpoints in here, which is why it's valuable. And, from the workshop archive, Negotiating Intimacy While Ace, for yourself or with a partner, where, using structured, this is an interesting idea, using like structured communication goals to negotiate these boundaries with yourself. I found being single again, like there's a lot I just need to get to know, like what kind of man am I? Like I am not the man that wants to go hunt women anymore. I'm the man that wants to be around women in a natural, comfortable environment. And when a woman signals me with her desire that she is interested in my attention and my interaction, then I will approach her from there. So the concept of taking the temperature and requiring both partners to suggest a path towards the middle, I really like the yes, the rejection of just yes or no, because, if one partner's a 10 and the other's a 5, instead of saying one yes and one no and disagreeing, it's like, okay, you're a 5 on this and I'm a 10, that averages out to like 15. Let's go do it. Whereas if you're like both a 5 and one might say yes and one might say no, that's a lot different. So I love the Ace Dad advice idea of like taking the temperature. If you're asexual or asexual spectrum, or if you're just, recovering from trauma or boundaries, this may be a video that's really worth watching for you. Now, the suggestion to have a partner fill out a sexual inventory list together once a relationship gets serious, like that, that could be a bit much. Hard to picture doing that. But at the same time, it's a new idea, and I treasure getting new ideas. I treasure it. Could an intimacy menu for every couple, help every couple? I certainly think so. Like laying out, here's what I like, here's what I don't like. I love that level of communication for sure. Wow, we're on Creator 12 after an hour and 17 minutes. Let's go. Caitlin V says, I've dated both men and women. Here's the difference. A lot of dating advice for men and women misinterprets female behavior as manipulative or transactional, when in reality, women's attraction and desire are often driven by presence, emotional safety, consistency, and alignment. So the reframe from Caitlin of the intimacy and connection before sex, like treating a woman's need to feel emotionally connected. I'm big on this because that's, a lot of men, we're unaware that we need the same thing too. And I've been surprised, like the last woman I had sex with, she actually was she was ready before I was. And I was actually quite turned off and I wasn't feeling the connection, and I went through with it anyway. And it's like that was not good on my part. Like if I had been fully in integrity with myself, I would have said, look, I would have had her leave hours before when I wasn't feeling it, instead of just focusing on, it's a hurdle to be gamed. I just want sex. It's like, I don't want sex with somebody that I don't feel emotionally safe with, that I don't feel safe giving my loyalty, my time, my attention, and my emotions to. So men are often very unaware of these needs in ourselves. And if you're, man frustrated with modern dating, who've consumed the red pill or the alpha male advice, this, like me, that is definitely a video to watch. I've dated both men and women. Here's the difference. Now that, the absolute dismissal of hypergamy or physical status certainly may be an overcorrection. There definitely seem to be some elements of hypergamy and physical status, but again, they don't totally explain everything. And I've seen some data suggesting that women who are around men for months tend how attractive they are and how much status they have tend to totally slip away. And it comes really down to emotional safety and personality. So this to me seems to indicate that being in communities with women naturally, where women over time can start feeling safe and getting to know you, that's the way to truly have connection with women. You don't need to play hard, to playing hard to get her, all that stuff, or all that games. And a lot of this toxic advice dysregulates a woman's nervous system rather than sparking desire. So that's seeming very accurate to me. Number 13, coffee with Carey, long distance romance traps. Now, I personally have never done a long distance relationship, but I wanted to make sure to include a long distance relationship video in here so that we could look at the long distance, especially if you're over 50 and it can be harder to find someone who's just right for you, especially as people kind of get more and more set in their ways. You may need to date longer distance to get started. And the distinction between building a relationship, which has a timeline, is going somewhere, versus just building a routine, is very valuable. You don't want to be stagnant and just, a lot of the last relationship I had, it had got to be more of a routine, whereas the timeline and the future of our relationship was continuing to be more questionable. So if you're considering a long distance relationship, this is a great video to watch. And at the same time, the blanket rule to meet an online connection within a week or delete them. I actually do vibe with this a lot, but if you already have a full life and you can't find anybody to date within 100 miles, which the older you get, it can be a bit more difficult to find someone who's right for you dating, and you already have like grandkids, jobs, and caregiving, yes, trying to meet someone within a week is a very good idea. When I was on Hinge, I did unmatch a woman who continued to message me over and over throughout a week and had no seeming intent or time to meet up. Her nervous system seemed to get continually more agitated and confrontational towards me. So I unmatched her because, I told her from the very beginning, like, I want to meet up earlier. So I know you're a real person. And so, I want to vet you also to make sure I'm not putting all this time and energy into having a conversation that's not going anywhere. So the discussion for this is living apart, the future of dating after 50. It's a lot of the people I've talked to dating after 50, they do want to live apart. Like one guy I talked to, he's like, I love to date, but I do not want to live with a woman again. Like, it's so nice when I have my place and she has her place. And that is valid. I'm enjoying living by myself. At the same time, I, at 42, definitely want a woman to move in and to have kids and to have a family again. Creator number 14, Evan Marc Katz. Why commitment feels scary even when he's the right guy. If I could point to one video that the women that have told me, about the romantic spark, like this would be the one. Anxiety to committing to a healthy relationship is not a sign that it's the wrong guy, but a normal fear of losing your infinite single options. And these are theoretical options. Often, practically, you have way fewer options than you think. Shredding your independent identity and making the sacrifices required for an interdependent partnership. And I know a number of women locally that are single through community, and this seems they have a hard time like committing to a relationship. And some of them have been single their entire adult life, or almost all of it, because yes, you essentially need to surrender your independent identity and merge into having a relationship. It's taken me, it's been almost a year since I've got separated. Like, it's taken me like a year to kind of get back an independent identity. And still, you talk about your ex all the time. Like, I'm still getting back an independent identity because I've successfully went through that process of giving up the single option, shredding my independent identity, and making the sacrifices. So this idea has come up again, and that we talked about this earlier about being a maximizer, looking for a better option versus being satisfied with where you're at. And if you're chronically single, this is definitely a video to watch. Highly independent, quote, successful, because success is relative. And, people running away whenever a relationship gets serious. Like, yes, commitment is so beautiful, but it is scary and anxiety provoking. And it seems to me most people are self-sabotaging. Most people are not picking up very serious, legitimate red flags. But there are some serious, red flags, but those are going to be the minority of the time usually. And the discussion for this, has infinite choice made us miserable maximizers? And I'm seeing the need to tone that down a bit myself. And I see that in others, certainly. Yes, that you have much fewer options than it looks like, especially if you're on dating apps. It seems like you have all these options, but there's really a lot less than it looks like. Creator number 15, Heidi Preeb. The problem with just date someone secure when attachment wounds make safety feel like a threat. Now, dating a securely attached person is often touted as an easy cure if you have insecure attachment. Like I don't even know anymore. Like the more I learn and take in, the more I start to have openness and flexibility. It's like, I think I'm a secure attachment, but then as soon as I start to feel something for a woman, I start feeling insecure and anxious. Like, okay, she likes me. How long till she ghosts me? How long until, she's all over some other guy and she's moved on? How long until she's crazy and is mean to me and will not acknowledge any of that, won't be wrong, won't apologize, and tries to make it all my fault? Like as soon as so I have the opportunity to be some more secure attachment. And, the way, I certainly like the idea of dating a securely attached person. At the same time, though, I'm noticing myself that, that just trying to date someone who's secure is not the solution to my own insecurity. And, the irony is that there can actually be some psychological discomfort of secure love. Instead of a relationship that feels easy and safe, like true security will initially feel like a dysregulating threat to your nervous system. And this, I see that happen with women I encounter, and I see that happen with myself, where dating, starting to date someone, it seems like it could be really exciting. I feel dysregulated. Like when I first met this woman I was talking about, I spent a few hours with, and yeah, I was severely dysregulated the day after meeting her. And I reached out and was so excited to hang out there again, and she shut it down immediately. And I didn't message her for months after that. And looking back now, I'm like, should I have persisted? Should I have just not messaged her at all? Well, I don't have her phone number now, so I don't have any choice but to not message her now, which it's like so confusing, but so crazy. So anyone who finds himself bored by nice people, this is a video you definitely want to watch. Kung Fu Classics, third one on live stream. Nice to see you today. I'm not sure what star sign my ex was. I forget. I've moved on that much. I have moved on that much. I am not remembering it right offhand, at least. So the downside of this video, though, it does require heavy, complex psychological framing and internal nervous system work, which, clearly I'm a decently smart dude. I've struggled even a little bit presenting some of this stuff right here. So a lot of us assume the right partner just makes us feel safe. But her birthday's in November. But ironically, the right partner may actually feel a bit dangerous and dysregulating because you're so excited, because you're looking at all these things we talked about before losing your identity. Liz Rose talking about how to know when attraction is mutual. Mutual attraction is not a single grand gesture, but observable, involuntary biological pattern of behavioral synchrony, rhythmic eye contact, and mutual initiation. I mean, that sounds nice. I could go for all that. All that sounds nice. But the distinction between initiation and response is incredibly strong, because then this is what I've been getting at. A woman that starts making some serious eye contact with me, that I can see she's like on a dance floor, that's syncing up her behavior. She's giving, open body language. She's dancing. She's looking at me. And, when I experience that kind of connection, then, and I'm reciprocating it, like it's a two-way thing. It's the most useful framework. As it was challenging is sometimes people are just a polite social creature also. And when they're genuinely attracted. So it is challenging to figure out, is this person just being polite and nice, especially if someone's at work? I think it's Scorpio. This is worth watching if you're an anxiously attached dater. Like even the technical language breaking all these down is just wild. People constantly overanalyze text messages. That's me. And single interactions. But I'm letting go of overanalyzing text messages. Like to me, the purpose of the phone is to meet up in person, especially early dating. The purpose of the phone is to meet up in person. I will agree with Coach Corey Wayne on that. The purpose of the phone is to meet up in person. Now, if we met up in person and we have some chemistry, then I may talk to you on the phone or do more. But if I do not want to build a relationship on the phone. Now, this video relies a lot on neurotypical body language markers, and this can be missed by neurodivergent individuals. Some people say, I may be a little on the spectrum. I've never got tested, never plan on getting tested because I'm not, that doesn't resonate with me. And, some people may not. I'm a person who does not easily as naturally mirror posture. And I feel like eye contact takes a little work, but, I often either do not anything or way over the top. So I do really resonate with like the discussion for this. So like, are we addicted to anxiety and calling it butterflies? What a lot of people associate with the romantic spark is really more anxious and frenetic energy. But then you combine that before with when you get with somebody that's really exciting, you might feel that. So you can see, and I imagine we're going to keep spending less time on each creator as the advice starts to go down. The top 20 here are offering pretty solid advice that has been very helpful. Love strategies, what men never tell you about the first 5 seconds of a date. And this, my eyes open when I took this in. I'm like, to find the right partner, you must stop trusting your initial gut reaction. Because I remember just saying to someone like, oh, I know within the first 5 seconds, whether I like a woman or not, whether it's going to work or not. And after seeing this, I'm like, that's bullshit. Like, I look back at when I first met my ex 15 years ago, and yes, I thought she was attractive and I enjoyed our chemistry. What was really special though is that she actually went on a second date with me. And then we made out, and then she actually went on a third date with me. And then she actually went on a fourth date with me. And I look now, I'm like, there could be some women that, one or the other of us hasn't given someone a chance. And we literally didn't have enough information to even know hardly anything. I remember one woman said, my intuition's telling me that this isn't the right match. And I'm like, maybe not. Like maybe I've noticed on both sides, people often not giving the other person a chance. Now, when you're meeting somebody cold off a dating app or a matchmaking service, that often, you won't have had that much compatibility in the first place. But this is why being in community with people helps so much, because when you've seen somebody, especially for women, if you've known a man for months, maybe more than a year, then you don't have to go off this instant intuition all the time, which can often be just a lot of programming, things from the past, like not real intuition, but just like biological instincts and things that actually might not have much of a connection or basis on what would make a good relationship. So this goes very well with the video before, recommending to always do a second date. And I am taking this to heart, as I've at least half the time I've been the one willing to cancel the second date, ghost, or give up on getting to know someone after meeting them once. This is worth watching especially for professional successful women who repeatedly fall for charming but emotionally unavailable men, or anyone who feels exhausted by their instincts. Like I can be charming. I hate doing like fake charming or trying to do that. Like I like to just kind of be dark humor, talk shit, like very direct. And that's sometime I've noticed I have actually been being boring though, instead of being like that, by trying to sell myself instead of buy, considering that earlier video. Now, I actually agree with this. Now, picking the wrong relationship ruins your life. It is a bit fear-based extreme, but then again, I just on a guy paid to have a call with me, which is on jerrybanfield.com, and you can get access to that if you go to school.com/jerrybanfield. A guy just had a call with me where he told me about this crazy toxic thing he was going through with this relationship. And where exactly did we go wrong here? Well, from my view, picking the wrong relationship absolutely ruined his life. And yes, especially if you're very loyal to the wrong relationship. So there's a delicate balance between saying no to something that's clearly not right versus, giving someone a chance. And this is why you really need community. You need feedback. Ideally, if you're going to date someone, it's nice if you know other people that know them to give you that perspective. Like, the women I know now that I most am interested in dating, there's 2 or 3 of them. I know a lot of people who also know them. So that's a much better perspective. If I go out with them, it's not even really a first date. the same way it is with somebody on a dating app or a matchmaking service. So if you're using dating apps, matchmaking services, then you've got to trust your instinct more. But the problem is your gut could be wrong. Now, I wanted to get a sex therapist in here. So I got creator 18, Sex with Emily, the secret to magnetic chemistry and long-term relationships. Her thesis is that sustaining chemistry in a long-term relationship requires active, intentional collaboration, energetic presence, and playing with sexual polarity, rather than just hoping early-stage honeymoon feelings will magically return. Absolutely. And I've put some work into this in the last relationship. Very excited to put this into the next relationship. And my ex found it difficult to talk about sex directly. And I found I struggled to talk about sex also. It was just incredibly vulnerable. And I always felt very vulnerable to being criticized and attacked by her, and boundaries. And, especially towards the end, it's like everything's a boundary. That's a boundary. That's a boundary. That's a boundary. And it's like, all right, it's just, there's no more fun. There's no more play. And, it's very important to have conversations about sex. Absolutely. And, if you're feeling disconnected or struggling with mismatched libidos, like I have a very high libido. Like I can have sex, like especially in a new relationship, I could have sex 3-4 times a day. Like if the woman had just moved in, I could have sex like, morning, noon, twice, and night. And if we're, seeing each other once or twice a week, yeah, man, just to do until it falls off, like, and, I want a woman with a medium to high libido for sure. And that, some women perhaps are intuitively sensing that, my libido versus theirs is off. And that's good. You don't want that. Now, at the same time, the framework of masculine, feminine energy, carefully caveated as non-gendered, can easily slip into traditional gender essentialist stereotypes. And I hope if I've communicated anything in an hour and 36 minutes is the nuance and complexity of dating. That never does the phrase all women or all men or, gay, straight. I got several more gay, lesbian creators that are going to come along here. And never can you just put one thing about one gender or one sex, or even saying heterosexual women or heterosexual men, or trying to break things down. It just doesn't work because there's so much depth, there's so much complexity, there's so many different kinds of people and personalities. It's amazing when you can find someone that's compatible with you, and it's naive to think that everybody operates the same way. I remember I got some bad advice from a friend who consistently usually gives good advice. He's in his 70s. He said he'd been with more women he could count. He'd been married 3 times and divorced 3 times. He'd had kids. And he said, Jerry, all women are the same. And, just make things, when I was saying that I was struggling with the relationship with my ex and I was thinking I'd like to get divorced, he said, don't get divorced. Just make it work. All women are the same. And I got divorced and I'm like, that was such bad advice. Like women are not all the same, just like men are not all the same. I am drastic. There are some men that you could compare with me. We would be like night and day. And I'm sure there's a lot of men you could line up that'd be pretty similar. But, the Sex with Emily, like the importance, you don't want to go into roommate mode. Like my ex and I definitely got into roommate mode. It is important to keep that polarity in the relationship. Aleeza Ben Shalom. I wanted to get some Jewish dating perspective on here to keep this video nice and well-rounded and not, just like one point of view. And, the video she was on, she's matched thousands of couples. Here's the single biggest mistake smart Jewish women make. She says, core thesis, highly successful women often. Now, doesn't this sound familiar? Isn't this nice to hear a Jewish matchmaker saying the same kinds of things that other non-Jewish dating videos have said the same things? Like, this is why you want to hear so many different perspectives and take them in together so you can get a sense of what's true and what is across the board, but not absolutely true, but is happen often. She says highly successful women often sabotage their chance of finding love by clinging to superficial checklists and demanding partners who out-earn them rather... All right, I'm just laughing at potential stereotypes here. Rather than focusing on a man's character, kindness, and willingness to be a supportive, complementary partner. And my laughter's not meant to be offensive. This is what a lot of guys are saying, is that across the board, that women want men who out-earn them, and you gotta, get your money, just get your money right, and you'll be able to get any women. And yeah, it is really challenging. I came across a woman recently who was saying that, this woman makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and she wants a man who out earns her. And that just seems insane. It's like you make several $100,000 a year. What you should want is a man that'll stay home and clean the house and hang out with the boys. And that when you come home, everything's taken care of. You don't have to wash any dishes, do any laundry. Like that was my dad. That was my dad. My dad my mom was in the military. She was an officer. She had, great career, retired as a colonel. My dad did all the like kind of man stuff, like taking care of the yard and the cars and all that. And he took care of the finances and he took care of the entire house. All my mom had to do was work. My mom did not have to do anything else besides work. My father cooked, cleaned, took care of the yard, the cars, the kids. My mom had no responsibilities outside of working. Like that's, like from what you see here, you got to stop expecting a partner to be a perfect unicorn. Like it's insane if you're a successful, earning person to expect that you should date someone who makes more than you. Like if you make a few $100,000 a year, date someone who will be a complementary partner to you. So if you're a highly successful marriage-minded woman frustrated with your dating outcomes, like this is a great video to watch, like such. Now, the rigid stance, I would love for some women to pay for the first date. I've not had a woman pay for the first date. Or the second or third, I've had like 20 dates with women this year. I paid for everything every time. Even though real talk, I've will any single woman who actually wants to date me be watching this far in? Well, I've been borrowing money this year as I build all my YouTube channels up, and videos like this are going to crush and I'm going to make a lot of income. But even though I've been borrowing money, I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in credit from making a lot of money before. I just got divorced. Finances been a little turbulent, especially after I redid my whole business and everything. Still, I've paid for every date with every woman I've went on. And absolutely successful women are sabotaging themselves by holding out for a man who out earns them. I've seen that consistently across all different kinds of women. And what you really should look for, as I agree, as she said, you look for a high quality human. High quality human. That should always be your outlook. Blaine Anderson, I've watched a number of videos from her on different podcasts and stuff. Her core thesis, at least in this video, is how to package yourself with Paige Gallagher. Financial insecurity and past relationship chaos can be overcome by packaging your stability, paternal reliability, and life experience. Exactly. So this is speaking directly to me. Like I have the paternal reliability. Like if you're a woman that wants children, I've got that locked down. I'm there for my kids, even divorced. I've set my whole life up instead of like moving to Michigan out of Florida to move to Michigan to be near my family, which might have been better for me personally. I moved 5 minutes away from my ex so I could consistently be there in my kid's life. I'm an extremely reliable father who's sober, who's always there when I say I'm going to be there. And I have a lot of life experience. Like I think the perfect woman to date me would be a woman in her 20s or 30s that what she offers is complementary to what I offer. I have life experience. I have reliability. And I've learned a lot from my past relationships. So what I want is playfulness. I want enthusiasm. I want fun. I want family. I want high energy. And I want a woman that's complementary. So you want to, I've struggled a bit with I hope she likes me and doesn't judge my finances. And I've definitely had a woman or two that said no to a second date with me because I'm open enough that I put out a video saying that, my net worth is negative 200,000, even though I've been a millionaire multiple times in net worth. And, then getting divorced, I gave my wife, now ex, a very generous, all of my friends, almost everybody criticized me for giving my ex exactly what she asked for with no argument, no debate, a little bit, just like questioning. She's an attorney, so I just let her have whatever she wanted. And I've been getting myself back on my feet financially after, redoing my work in line with what will work for me being single. So, for me, this has really spoke to me as like confidence in your current reality. Like I have a fantastic offer for a woman, for my queen, and I don't need to worry about anybody else. So her videos have really spoke to me being like, a divorced man, a single father, and I'm sober 12 years. So not newly sober, but I am learning for the first time how to date without alcohol because I met my ex when I was drinking and I've felt insecure about my income. I've gotten over 1 billion views online, but I deleted everything last year in the context of the ex and the divorce and restarting my life and stuff. So, you know, it's funny she suggested to move to Austin, Texas to find a better dating pool. I've thought I would like to move somewhere to find a better dating pool than where I'm at, but I'm going to be there for my kids. I'm not just going to move somewhere so I can find a higher quality woman and then leave my kids behind. So, you know, the question is, do mature singles actually want a millionaire playboy? Like, I know a woman who's very attractive. We have great chemistry. I'd love to date her. And she's looking for a millionaire, even though she wants to be successful and make good money with her career. From my point of view, it's like, why do you need to date a millionaire? Like, either, you know, it seems unnecessary. It seems like that's a criteria she's putting on that's actually inhibiting her ability to select the right man. And I really appreciate Blaine's coaching, as I relate a lot, you know, being divorced and sober. And this is why it's helpful to get a really broad view of all the different creators out there. So you can see, like, you know, Blaine Anderson, like, that's very specific for someone like me, whereas a lot of these other creators, especially the ones we're about to go through, will not match as well. Dear Sybersue, real talk, you know, why your dating attitude may be blocking love. Core thesis that approaching dates with negative preconceptions, rigid checklists, or defensive shield. This is one I've definitely been guilty of. Just either having way too upbeat, positive fantasy expectations, or, you know, just going out figuring, you know, what's wrong with her. Like, let's figure out what's wrong with her. And my task I've been consistently applying is replace judgment with curiosity. And instead of making it a high stakes job interview, like it's a low stakes, let's play and let's have fun together. If you're chronically single and, you know, constantly complain there's no good men or women left, like, this unfortunately applies to me significantly. And I'm taking it to heart. You know, the advice that now I disagree with sitting through a date, even if you know there's no connection. I've done this, went out on dates for hours when I knew there wasn't a connection. I actually say, you know, your time's valuable. You should learn to bob at that shit and cut it off as soon as you don't need it anymore. No, you know, I'm just playing, just a little comedy, Google AI. But I would not sit through another date. I've had some women that have pretty abruptly cut off dates with me where, you know, we'd barely been out 45 minutes. They're like, oh, I need to go do something. And I'm like, I know you don't need to go do something right now. You're just tired of hanging out with me. But I have been very hesitant when I've been out with a woman I know I don't like. I've been very hesitant to be that direct with them, which is funny because you see how direct I am here. Like, what I should be here the same as I am dating. I definitely believe attraction grows over time, though. The problem is we've got these environments today like dating apps and matchmaking where you expect this instant, like the woman I went out with who said she wasn't physically attractive to me. Now, she was over 40 and we hadn't even talked about whether she wanted kids or not. She didn't have any kids. So the alignment probably wasn't there in the case with her. But, you know, also she said she wasn't physically attracted to me. It's like, well, according to the data, the longer a woman gets to know a man, the physical attraction is not as important anymore because it's the emotional safety. It's the connection that matters. So I absolutely know that attraction can really grow over time. Although for some reason, when my ex met me and I weighed like 50, 60 more pounds than I do now, I had my hair dyed blonde. Somehow she found that physically attractive. That's what's interesting, is we all have such different types. Ellecia Paine, dating someone taken the polyamory conversation. I know there's a lot of polyamorous people out there, and I wanted to make sure I included a polyamory video. So dating a partnered person, I personally think that I prefer monogamy myself. The complexity of dating and polyamory to me is not something I'm interested in now. And I've consistently seen people, women especially, dating a man who already has a partner that generally does not go well. And generally, from my analysis, they would have been better off by continuing to look instead of settling for someone who already is in a relationship and you're the side piece. That said, I know a guy, he's the side piece right now, and he seems happy enough. This woman has him on the side, and her husband doesn't even know about it. So I don't know. I personally am for the simplicity of monogamy, but you can learn a lot in polyamory because things like communication and managing emotions really can go up to a whole nother level over monogamy. So there's there is a big difference between actively choosing a limited dynamic where you're dating a partnered person as a solo polyamorous versus tolerating a limited dynamic because you really love the person. So what I see is usually, tolerating the limited dynamic because they really love the person. If you're single and exploring polyamory, this to me is where you really need to take inventory. Also, are you honestly polyamorous? Like I have a woman I know, like she said, she wants to have 5 kids and she wants a husband and she wants a side man also. And I'm like, that's interesting. Why would you want a side man? But maybe she pictures one man can't fully satisfy her. I don't know. But what's beautiful is there's so many different types of people and different types of desires. And this video really helps you tap into that. Now, the advice to actively pursue other partners just to balance the scales of a partner dynamic. And this to me that's what sounds exhausting. Like what I love about being in a relationship is that I don't have to date because dating takes up a significant amount of my bandwidth, my energy, and I'm just learning to like my work. And to having a house by myself, a nice house, a nice neighborhood, and starting YouTube from scratch after deleting everything last year. Like what I need to do is focus on money. And at this point, dating is a secondary thing for me because I need to, I'm loving all of you who joined the school community. This is huge. I've got a ton of value to offer there. And, it's important I get my business right and make enough money to pay for my lifestyle and everything in the next 6 months. Dating is a secondary consideration. And I've been when you put too much time into dating, it can sabotage the rest of your life. Like putting too much time into dating has led to sabotaging some of my work. And I feel like my work, like this kind of video, the amount of time and research I needed to do this video is possible because I haven't been out on a date with any woman in the last week. So, and I don't currently have any dates lined up either. And I did not respond to a woman I'd had a few dates with when she asked hey, how are you? How's your week going? It's like, I'm busy. I'm doing my work. I don't have time. Like if she just said, hey, I want to come over now, that might have been different. Or if she's, if she'd reached out and said something, more interesting and not just a generic, how are you question. Like I have stuff to do. Like I already talked about that earlier. So the discussion though, the thought for this is, does polyamory pressure you to be the drama-free, cool girl secondary partner like that? I don't think that's ideal, but everyone else has different situations that can work and that you can love and enjoy. And, pressure makes people shrink their needs and tolerate loneliness. So, sometimes, dating and polyamory can make it easier to not be too needy and overly invested. But most of the time, what I've seen is absolute messes in polyamory. That said, I did ask my ex to have an open relationship and she said no. So what do I know? Flourish with Laurin. Laurin has got a lot, like hundreds of millions of views on YouTube Shorts. She's really blown up. And I love her videos about like traditional masculine feminine dynamics. I love like her take is that dating cultures train people to desire aesthetic, social signaling, and lifestyle upgrades of a wedding rather than the unglamorous day-to-day partnership and sacrifice ready to actually be a wife. I can even identify with this, the signaling me to like think how good, I look to my friends going around with this really attractive wife instead of like the day-to-day sacrifice it needed to actually be a great husband. Her best advice is distinction between consumption and contribution. And this has been something I've worked on, is focusing on what am I giving and what can we build together instead of what do I get. I've lasered in on what I give is that unconditional love, structure, support, consistency. That's what I have to give. And from there, we can build with the woman's, emotions, desires, creativity, and joy and playfulness. And this is worth watching if you're a marriage-minded man or woman, tired of superficial dating, which is how I found her. So tired of superficial dating, and especially those re-entering the data market. That said, this relies on traditional gender roles, which I personally am really vibing with lately, but I also have been in non-traditional gender roles. Like there were parts of the relationship with my ex where she made most of the income, where my business wasn't doing very good. And I took care of everything like my dad did. I cleaned the house. I did the laundry, took care of the cars, the yard, etc. So I've done both traditional, where I provided all the money and my ex did not have to work, and I've done the opposite, where I made not that much, didn't work that much, and where she made the money, and it can work both ways. So I am looking ideally for a traditional arrangement, but if I find a woman that makes a couple $100,000 a year, you know, your boy might just take it easy on YouTube and take care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? So I really love the thought here. Are we dating for a viral wedding or a 50-year marriage? Like, I want a 50-year marriage next time. I never fucking want to date again. I never want to fucking date again. Dating has been fun and for character building, but I thought my last marriage was forever. It turned out to be 13 years of marriage, 15 years together. I want 50-year marriage next time. That's what I'm looking for. Creator 24, gay men going deeper. Such a great name. Like, such a great name. I absolutely love that. Gay. I don't need anyone. Why gay men struggle to let someone in. Core thesis is that, and this is why it's so important. Watch, you know, I wouldn't normally watch a gay dating video, but in the course of doing this research, this has been really valuable to expand my perspective and see, you know, I have the, you know, I've seen myself and I see this with women, and it's the same with gay men. Many gay men overshoot healthy independence into fear-driven hyper independence to protect themselves from vulnerability. But true relationship success requires learning to tolerate the middle ground of interdependence. Absolutely. And the best advice, you don't lose yourself by needing someone. You lose yourself by having no boundaries. It reframes intimacy for highly independent people. Exactly. And if you feel, I would say not just gay, but anyone who feels they're successful, independent, who struggle to maintain relationships, feels suffocated by intimacy, or currently dating an avoidantly attached partner, definitely gay men going deeper. Such a great name. Now, you know, telling highly anxious or avoidant people to just entertain your nervous system to tolerate things that make you uncomfortable can be a little oversimplification. At the same time, though, like, I don't want to be with a woman who's like hyper boundaries. You know, her nervous system can never get a little uncomfortable. Like that dynamic got really annoying with my ex of, you know, boundary. Like, no, don't want to do anything. You know, you're going to have to find another woman, which I now I'm doing. So as a hyper independence, we celebrate truly actually blocking love. I think it is. And the lone wolf syndrome really resonates with me because, I mean, I'm making videos at home at my house. I prefer to make videos by myself. So I've been at home all day. I have not went out, but I think I'm going out for yoga later as long as the weather doesn't, it's out in the park in 3 hours. So hopefully I can finish all these creators up in 3 hours. We are to 25% of the creators. The deepest dating information I hope you will find on YouTube, or if there's something deeper for Jerry going deeper, let me know where I can find that. Gina Rühl. Now this is actually a translated, dubbed. I wanted to get a dating with a disability video in here as well to get that perspective. So this is actually a video that's natively in German, and I do speak German. I spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, but I've forgotten a lot of the German I used to speak when I was fluent when I lived in Germany. So there were two women on this that were, you know, blonde and disabled, dating with a disability, and this is why it's important to get this perspective. Like, a successful dating life with a physical disability heavily depends on profound self-acceptance, using humor to diffuse awkwardness, which I love doing that already, and I've been censoring some of that going out with women. So I'm going to do a lot more of that because I like to do that normally. And a demand to be loved for who you are rather than being pitied or fetishized. So the realization that putting yourself in a friend zone or viewing yourself as unlovable becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Exactly. And anyone navigating a disability, illness, or severe body image issues, this is the subtitled, translated title. You should be able to find it just searching for this, but note that the original title is actually in German. Now, the suggestion to handle rejection by immediately reducing the critical person to their own physical flaws, you know, is an understandable response, but ultimately a bit defensive. So the question asked is, does dating force disabled people into either being pitied or a burden or fetishized? I went out with one woman who had a bit of a disability, and I certainly would have seen her again. The disability wasn't, you know, a big factor, but our personality, like, there just wasn't much, I hate to say it, but chemistry. Like, she was pretty she was pretty muted. I don't know. There wasn't, I wasn't that much fun going out with her. You know, it's kind of a boring date. But then from what I just said, that she might have actually been more compatible than a lot of the others. Number 26, Jade Fox, even more free therapy. How to date, fight loneliness, and touch me nots. The Jade Fox Show. So healing your attachment style and learning to accept love requires you to stop trying to be perfectly healed and embrace the messiness of vulnerability. Yes, exactly. And this summarizes, the core of becoming the avoidant overattachment and hyperdependence. This very relevant to me, being this hyper-independent person, kind of an avoidant attacher. And Jade admissions that sometimes the healed response is to just say fuck you to people in traffic. I absolutely agree with this. And yeah, sometimes, this woman the other day was talking about, how some man was criticizing her. And I was like, fuck him. Like, tell him fuck you. Like, this, you don't need to tolerate that shit. Like, she's trying to be nice and she's feeling bad. I'm like, just tell him to fuck off. Like, you don't need to let someone treat you like that. And the discussion for this is being an ultimate giver, a selfless act, or a trauma response. Like, you need to have both you need to give and you need to receive, and you need to ideally find a partner where what you give is what they want to receive and vice versa. Kate Willett. Now, Kate Willett's been getting some serious views on her videos talking about some recent one, what's really behind the collapse of modern relationships. And yes, I really resonate with a lot of what she said. And a lot of the culture has created this, pretty awful system for dating where it sucks to be a man in this environment and it's difficult. But at the same time, that also makes things difficult for women because we're not actually separated. And I love the advice of giving a partner like transition time after work, the mandate to assume good intent, which I've struggled with. Like, if a woman hasn't texted me back, I figure, well, she's done with me. She doesn't care. She's ghosting. These are opportunities for me to grow. It's worth watching if you're struggling with underlying resentment. Women are consistently disappointed for their partner's lack of effort. Like, I identify with now. It seems like, my effort has not been appreciated anywhere in dating, where some women might say I'm lazy now, but I'm not texting you first. Like, I'm so tired of texting a woman and I don't get a response. I get a lukewarm response, or, hey, would you like me to come see? No, I'm busy today. It's like, if you express your desire and then I will go from there. I know somebody needs to reach out first. The culture we're in seems to necessitate it that it's women, because the woman's the one that emotional safety and being ready and all that matters more. I've been reaching out and it's went absolutely nowhere. My effort has not been appreciated anywhere. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to save my energy for my kids, for my videos, for my friends. And if you want a piece of my life, which I have an awesome life, I love and I'm proud of it, it's like, then you need to reach out and send a message first. And if you don't reach out, I'm not going to reach out either, because I'm going to take a negative assumption and assume you're not interested if you won't at least say hi. I've noticed the women that are interested in me will consistently reach out first. Now, the downside, this video does rely on those traditional gender generalizations. And, obviously those assumptions do not fall. Those assumptions don't work so often. It makes them questionable whether they're useful at all. And, the culture of like, know your worth has absolutely, made reciprocity pretty difficult. Now, one creator's video that really surprised me is Keira Lhotan. When I first saw her videos, I'm like, no way there's anything helpful in here. It just looked like kind of a ranting vlog on the surface and the titles. But I was really surprised to dig deeper. Her videos got, some of the top dating videos right now. I'm like, all right, let me look deeper. And what, her idea, women don't lose attraction because a man's nice. They lose attraction because he uses niceness as a manipulative transaction, lacks boundaries, and abandons his own identity just to please her. Good Lord, could I identify this in my relationship with my ex? She was so attracted to me when I had a very firm identity and when I was not manipulatively nice. I was an asshole when you pissed me off. And I would not use niceness as a manipulative transaction the first years together. And I did lack boundaries, especially towards the end of the relationship. She could talk to me any kind of way and do almost anything, and I would just take it. And then I would try and be nice, and it went nowhere. And I can see like how she lost attraction, but I kept, trying to diffuse, make things easier and walk on eggshells, make a better environment for the kids by trying to be nice. But my niceness was also a manipulative transaction of where I'm expecting, I'm abandoning my identity trying to just please her. So there's a big distinction between nice and being kind, but being respectful and truthful and actually being able to say no also. Like, it's funny to think how much I hate being told what to do, and then looking at, people used to make fun of me because I was such a yes man in my relationship. You want to be good people without being a doormat. And I have been finding that I've get friend zoned a decent amount of time also. And I know how to be a jerk. And yet, I'd say I was definitely a jerk when I met my ex. And this definitely, she has a lot of videos if you enjoy watching that. Now, that said, when nice guys think they're manipulating other people by being agreeable, sometimes people who are generally anxious or trauma conditioned please others out of a fear of abandonment. I definitely, I was afraid of being abandoned by my ex. So yeah, I was just trying to, please her and make her happy however I could, but I ended up being resentful and being worse overall by doing that. So is being nice actually a manipulative transaction? I think if you're being nice in an area where you would honestly not be nice, then that is manipulative. Number 29, and we'll speed it up from here, Lindsay Ann, because some of these ideas are going to get more repetitive, but you're going to notice there's always new things and unique angles this whole time. I like that the core thesis with her is real love is not about finding a type or managing a partner. It's about finding a specific, unique individual who allows you to continuously grow, diverge, and surprise each other through open dialogue. Yes. And this makes me thirsty for my queen, because that's what I'm looking for. A woman we can grow, diverge, and surprise each other. The attraction test, if nobody in your life liked them, would you still validate them? Yes. And if you're frustrated by superficiality of dating apps, this is exactly right. Now, the directive to just go, cold approach, talk to a whole bunch of people, I'm not vibing with that, but being around people naturally in an environment is a big, definitely yes. Madeline RG, another creator, I saw her videos and titles. I'm like, man, she's just saying anything to be viral, but I'm vibing with what she said and ranking it. It actually works out pretty well when you go into the details. Her video, Sex and a Power Saying No, she got a lot of views on her videos by talking about sex. And I agree that you can't safely participate in dating or sex until you have the unshakable confidence to explicitly say no and the discernment to choose partners who will respect that boundary. Now, it is difficult too, because if you get into saying no all the time, you can ruin a sex life if you're saying no because you're resentful, because you haven't taken care of yourself. And, you should be able to say no and ideally completely stop dating until you trust your ability to say no. And, at the same time, watch out. It does, some of her stuff does border on fatalism regarding her own dating prospects, saying she rarely ever likes anyone. She seems to be, struggling with some of the other stuff we've talked about, like looking for this perfect person and, dismissing people very easily. The boundary setting realization is healthy, but the extreme withdrawal is certainly an overcorrection. And it can be, you also can end up taking, the discussion if you can't trust yourself to enforce a boundary, or you're actually safe. But the deeper idea under that is, why do you need to set this boundary? Like I've certainly thought, like, just because you're not in the mood to have sex doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Like it still can be a very productive thing for the relationship. Again, like that scale we mentioned earlier, if one person's feeling a 5 on the sex scale and another person's feeling a 10, it could be best for a relationship to do that. And for the person feeling the 5, to investigate what's going on with me. So this is there's some significant ups and downs here with this approach, but it's valuable to have all these different points of view. So Tamsin Fadal, question and answers about, do Ira and I ever fight? Do I have work done? He talks about navigating relationships and dating in midlife. Requires extreme self-honesty, shedding social timelines, and treating post-divorce dating as a low-pressure way to socialize. Whoa, boy, have I not done that, but I am looking at that now. I am grateful that dating now is a way that I can consistently socialize and meet new people. So I like the advice to explicitly tell your friends and acquaintances that you want to date. And if you're divorced, this definitely is the right thing. Now, there is a binary comparison of dating apps versus matchmakers. Dating apps, I like the matchmaking. Has been a much better experience for me than dating apps. Dating apps took so much time and energy, whereas I paid for matchmaking. You can search for my Talkify video about that. The matchmaking has been a much better experience for me than dating. Like I talked to my matchmaker earlier. It's so much nicer to work with a matchmaker and not deal with the dating app. So yes, can taking years off. I personally don't recommend taking years off of dating. My ex jumped back into dating, into getting into a relationship at least faster than I did. Even though I put more effort into dating and meeting women, she just, got in a relationship with the first guy she went out with online. And I've known some men who've taken and women who've taken years off of dating, and that has helped them. And rushing back onto the dating apps for me was definitely a bad idea for sure. But the matchmaking felt a bit better, and being in community, that has felt the best. Ty Gibson, when you and an avoidant stop talking, this happens. His thesis that when a dismissive avoidant goes silent after conflict, then they predictably progress through these different stages and make indirect attempts at reconnection. The warning at the end: don't use attachment theory to excuse your partner's behavior. If you're currently dating someone who shuts down or pulls away, shit, that might be me. Especially those who tend to be anxious over things silence and treat it as a sign they're unloved. Damn, that's not good. That sounds just like me. Unless, though, it depends on the person I'm with. But that often, especially in early dating, this unfortunately does, I'm avoiding, I don't know, just showing up seems like it hasn't been appreciated at all. But maybe being avoidant, at least being avoidant means I've got time to do my work and I'm not distracted with someone that, I'm reaching out to and they're avoiding me. The downside is there's not much actionable advice in the video about what you can actually do different. And I think diagnosing your partner too much definitely backfires. Trying to, label somebody is overly simplifying them. And I'm generally not in favor of labeling and, calling people all these psychological names unless you do that professionally. The Gottman Institute, technically they're featured a little bit of overlap in the Mel Robbins video earlier. Their video 30 Questions on Love with Dr. John and Julie Gottman. I love about, true love is not receiving or maintaining mystery, but a continuous process of giving, mutual knowing, unconditional acceptance with healthy boundaries and radical transparency. I love that. That is my exact version of a relationship I'm looking for. And, the advice on, I love this advice on conflict, which is why it was in there earlier, admitting how you messed up and your role in the miscommunication is the hardest thing to reveal. But what makes this hard is when you're in a relationship with a person who is defensive and will not do this back with you. Then, to me, I need to be in a relationship with someone who will also do this with me, because if the other person's not going to do it, then I'm never going to be the person again who's always doing that, and my partner's always right, or consistently, not always necessarily, but it's all my fault. Yes, it was all your fault. Yes, this is what you did. No, I didn't do anything. Everything I did was right. It's like, that's fucking miserable. So it's worth watching if you're looking to deepen your bond. Individuals tired of modern dating games, which I would hope if you're watching this, you're tired of modern dating games. I have no interest in modern dating games. I intend to meet my queen. No games. I want to meet my queen, and we're going to have a beautiful life together. So this video, it is a philosophical Q&A rather than a breakdown. It doesn't have that many step-by-step instructions, but there's a lot of the other stuff in there. And discussion, do you really need to love yourself before you can be loved? I don't think so. It certainly helps to love yourself as much as you can, but I think other people loving you will help you love yourself. I wanted to get some Asian perspectives in here, 2 Asian matchmakers. With matchmakers know that you don't. And this theme has been echoed before. Online dating has created a closed-minded shopping list mentality, and singles find much more success by dropping their checklist. And for me, not using dating apps at all, and then prioritizing how a person makes you feel instead of superficial traits. Like the height thing is so insane. Like there's no reason as a woman you need a man that's taller than you or that's taller. Like even if you need him, if you want a man that's taller than you, once a man's taller than you, it doesn't matter how much taller. Like it's ridiculous. And these are things like there's almost no logic behind them that makes any kind of sense. And yet a lot of people are operating with this stuff, but not everybody, which is great. And I don't do dating apps. But for me, like thinking about what I bring to the table, this is where I'm improving, thinking about what do I offer rather than all my negative demands and deal breakers. I've been a bit of a Nazi on negative demands and deal breakers. Like you're not going to drink, do drugs, smoke weed. You're not going to, stay up too late, eat like shit, So this is very worth it for me being 40 plus experiencing, severe dating app burnout. I met my ex on a dating app though. So I was excited with it. We didn't swipe back when I was on dating apps and it was horrible. I was shocked at how bad dating apps were. So I don't agree though with the claim like you should just have a nice conversation, not ask any real questions. Like, fuck that. I'm getting straight into it on the first date. But the problem is then you're going to get red flagged and boundaried and disqualified by people immediately off of that. But I'd rather just look for someone that's not in that like matrix of this is exactly how it has to be right away. And yes, the discussion has consumerism turned dating into shopping. It unfortunately is largely is. Here's the Dear Future Wifey, the Father's Day special, talking about how his daughter met her husband in 7th grade. The core thesis here is a healthy, enduring marriage is built not on expensive rings, but on long-term commitment, mutual respect, open communication, and willingness to grow together. And what I could work on is extend grace through mistakes, especially. And I remember I felt consistently disrespected in my last marriage, and I've learned like what I need to do to adjust for that is I need to demand respect. That's a boundary for me. Like, don't disrespect me. Like that, what is disrespect? Like, putting me down in front of my friends, in front of your family, of, not even thinking about or considering me and just, doing, using language that is blaming me for things instead of taking responsibility for yourself and making everything my fault is disrespectful. Like this is really important. Tay's point about the key to long-term love is choosing each version of your partner becomes. Yeah, you change a lot over time. And this is important. This definitely is something, I always thought about this a lot, about loving each version your partner becomes. Unfortunately, sometimes though, you grow apart and, that my ex and I grew apart. We were a lot more compatible, and some of the choices I made, like to switch my diet, she was annoyed with my eating for years. And that was something like she really missed and was really happy to date a guy where she could just go out to regular ass restaurants and eat without somebody trying to eat plant-based and shit. So sometimes you're going to grow apart, but that's, choosing to grow together is really important. And is extreme traditional dating making a comeback? I don't know. All right, we're going to speed this up. We got over 2 hours. We've got an incredible amount of material. We still got 2/3 of the creators left. I've tried to focus on, to me, the best ones up front that make the most difference, and we'll keep diving further. So Freya India, why Gen Z women are lonelier than ever. Core thesis, modern social media and culture have commodified young people leading to extreme loneliness and numbness that sabotages human connection. Unfortunately, this seems very accurate, and it's sad. And I want to do whatever I can to help. And it's tough though. At the same time, it's like as soon as I show that I'm not an emotionally numb partner that never needs anything, it seems like women are just running. Like as soon as I'm not some just fucking dead kind of man. But then look at my behavior now. I'm like refusing to text and stuff until they reach out. So god damn, this stuff's hard. And I've been dating some Gen Z individuals, exhausted by dating apps and social media anxiety like this. This is crazy. And I actually do. I love the framing of the marriage where the man is the CEO and, the woman's the COO's job. I actually resonate with that. And I would very much like that. And this is why I don't use Instagram either, although look how much I'm on YouTube. And unfortunately, it seems like social media has turned our partners into accessories. And our fake online tribes are not real community. This is why I'm big on spending time in person. Ishmael Gomez III, respect for another third like I am. Men pick their dream woman based on a feeling she controls. His thesis is that men don't choose long-term partners based on a logical checklist. Instead, they commit based on the emotional feeling of ease, alignment, and social validation a woman creates in their nervous system. That's interesting to me because I think directly the opposite. But maybe I haven't felt ease and alignment and social validation with the woman, but I've been saying no to women because of my logical checklist. And he advises that women should objectively assess a man's character before committing to him. And yes, absolutely. It seems there's a lot of women who aren't doing that are just getting sucked into feelings of lust and romance. And it's like, did you take 10 seconds to think about this guy's character? And then it's like, I have this character that I think's great to offer. And it's like, well, if there's not this insane lust and spark and attractiveness, it's just not interesting. But all I need is one queen who's very interested in this, and that will happen. This is worth watching, for, unfortunately, sounds like people like me actually fit into here pretty well. And, his claim that women are barely trying to get chosen over those putting in effort might be misinterpreted as to be passive or aloof. I believe, especially these days in the culture, it's important as a woman to proactively be making sure you are signaling you're making contact with men, because the kind of man you might really like to date might not be the kind of guy that's going to be trying to be a pickup artist and going over and trying to start all this, attraction with you, but he might be waiting for you to give me a sign. So why does perfect on paper often fall so flat? I've been out with a number of women who seemed like they were compatible on paper, and yeah, it fell flat. Attracting is shifting from resumes to nervous system alignment. Kimberly Hill, 5 reasons dating's harder than it's ever been. Modern dating feels difficult, men, not because they're flawed, because, again, another structural headwinds. Paradox of choice, loss of relational instincts, and the lack of cultural consensus. Yes, it's, in some previous periods, there was kind of clear expectations about dating, and today it's just fucking crazy. Just look at all the stuff I've talked about, what you can conclude from looking at this. And, my putting all this research together and stuff, my mind feels like it's just been scrambled. There's so many perspectives. There's so many things to learn. There's so many technical terms. Whoa, So the advice that's great here is don't confuse the relief of physical touch and attention after a dead-end marriage with a genuine long-term compatibility. Yep, I really resonate with that. So this Kimberly Hill, I've seen a number of her videos, and I really resonate, even though, this could be a watch out point to some people. I really resonate with understand yourself well enough you can show up authentically. I just did my last live stream on be yourself, being misunderstood dating advice. And this is why I go get a massage every week really helps, because, that satisfies a lot of my desire for touch. But yes, it can be rough out there, especially as a man, with just feeling women are often sleeping. There's 20% of men that a lot of the women are sleeping with. Then there's a number in relationships. And then there's just tons of single dudes that are getting nothing. And that's inefficient collectively. We should be doing better than that and having better distributions. Love Advice TV. I need space, what it actually means. This has always been an annoying one to me when a partner asks for space. And I've struggled to maintain a balance, because maybe according to some of this, I have some avoidant tendencies. So when a partner asks for space, I'm like, bye, I guess I'm never seeing you again, huh? They're usually, I've went the other way where, I can emotionally overwhelm people as well. And the healthiest response, it's amazing. I went out on one date with this single mom who seemed very interested in me. She messaged me first after 6 months of not seeing me in person. I deleted her phone number. She messaged me, immediately asked me out on a date. Went out on a date. I was emotionally eager, and that's why I hate this culture. It's I expressed genuine interest in her, and it's she was just completely turned off, canceled, ghosted. But yeah, now I'm she needs space. I'm never texting her again. I'm done. And she would have to reach out to me. I would never make any kind of outreach to her again. After she didn't respond to my last 2 or 3 messages, it's it's over. So, the nervous system's reset by now. And I have a bit of a hard time with that. Yeah, sometimes I do need my nervous system to reset for a day, but after a day, I just figure I'm like, it's over, isn't it? Like, but sometimes like the one woman I went out with, she needed a couple of weeks for her nervous system to reset. And yes, unfortunately, this is very accurate for what I'm needed. Although, I'm not big on that getting your ex back. I really think people are hung up on their exes way too often, and I know how hypocritical that could sound given what I've said. That said, though, there is a time and place for space. So, goddamn, this is hard. But when you can lean into the complexity and the depth of dating, you're gonna see that you don't want to just watch one person who tells you it's this one way. You want to get into the depths and get into feeling comfortable. Like there's so much I don't know. From there, you can learn. Mindful Attraction 2.0, the psychology of how men fall in love. Men pursue women through either a healthy, slow progression or fast, toxic trauma bond. Boy, do I know about fast, toxic trauma bond. Shit. Warning with women with unhealed anxiety often misinterpret stable pacing as boring and push good men away. Yep. So I used to go after the, fast toxic trauma bond, but then I also noticed that when I first got separated, I was trying to still date like that, but my personality's changed. I'm sober. I don't work that way. So now I'm working on like stable pacing, and then that's being seen as boring. Like this one woman said she didn't feel the chemistry. I didn't text her for a couple of days because we had the date set up. I mean, she was like a decade younger than me, and some people said, well, you should have been texting her every day. I'm like, why? I've met her once. We have a second date scheduled. Why should I be texting her every day? And it seems like, my interpretation is she felt like I was boring because I wasn't constantly stimulating and there. But, I don't know because, I deleted her number immediately too, which I probably would ask questions in that same situation again. This is definitely worth watching if you're a woman with a history of, I'm not big on the word narcissist because I think that gets overused a lot, but especially if you're dating emotionally unavailable men, it does break my heart to see how many women date these emotionally unavailable men. But I also swear like they're looking for their intention getting into a relationship is to suffer, not to have something joyful. And you get into some emotionally unavailable man, you're going to suffer. Now this, I don't go to weekly therapy directly, although I do go to weekly massage therapy, which can be weekly therapy. It can be seen like that. And this is what's interesting. You see how this video is encouraging venting to friends, while other videos are encouraging the exact opposite. So this is what makes things so interesting out there and gives us the opportunity to help each other. And a big point to think of is, why do we call healthy love boring and toxic love chemistry? This is why I've found dating apps are not for me anymore, because it encourages that trauma bond pacing. I hate the idea of sex on a first date, even though I've certainly done it, not lately. I guess it was November, so that was 8 months ago. And that wasn't even a date. She just came over to my house. I guess it was the first date, wasn't it? So I found I don't ever want to do sex on a first date again. That is not a way to start a relationship with somebody. Susan Winter, why older women are choosing younger men. Interesting video. And I think it's ideal for older women choose younger men choose younger women. Like everybody should date everybody. And I went out with a woman who was 57. And I considered, but I want more kids. So that's not going to work for me now. But that absolutely, if you don't want kids, especially, can definitely work. And, I have a family member who's dating a man who is, 18 years younger than her. And that seemed to be going pretty well. So the thesis for this video is there are some financially independent and empowered older women who are increasingly choosing intelligent, progressive younger men based on a self-expansion model. I really like that. And this is why you watch these kinds of videos. It's like, oh, that's cool. There's older women that are consciously trying to choose younger men. Like, I think that's great. I love that, older women do not need to feel alone or broken, constantly defend their choice. Like, go after a younger man. Absolutely. If you want it, go for it. Now, this is worth watching if you identify as an older woman, you're dating or partner with a younger man, or you love the idea of it. I know a woman, she's in her 60s, like she'd do great based on what she wants, dating a man that's like 30, 40, 50, like based on what she wants and the energy she has to offer. I think she'd really like dating younger men. Now, this obviously is a lot of generational generalizations and, is Is this really about emotional growth, or is it a new label for old attraction? I don't really care. I think it's better the more people get together and have sex and have a great time and have a great relationships, humanity is going to do better. Number 42, the gay dating coach, another great name, Shoot Your Shot Wednesdays, LGBTQ plus dating show with the gay dating coach episode. I like the, his thesis of, taking proactive action and demanding reciprocal effort are keys to finding a compatible match. I think that's essential in the straight dating community as well. Now, I will take proactive action if there's a signal. I don't feel it's respectful to try and take proactive action with a woman where there's been no signal. So I like the advice on mutual effort. I'm very happy to do mutual effort, but I believe the woman should lead with her desire. Express that there's a desire to connect with me, a desire to show up, and then it's up. I am very reciprocal. If the woman's not showing a desire for me to be a part of her life, though, then it's not up to me to try and make her feel something. And this is I think this is worth watching for about anybody. And I'm not too worried there. Yes, it is a very specific focus on gay math and stuff, but at the same time, I think this is very applicable for about anybody. And yes, dating apps. The problem with dating apps is you often get punished for making a basic effort. You get punished for, messaging and getting excited and then just getting ghosted over and over and over again. And yes, dating apps have made it so, just sending a text message to me is like, fuck that. Like, I'm not, that I see no reason, I see no signal why this girl's interested in receiving a text message from me today. And I absolutely hate the emotion that goes out with that when then it's not reciprocated. It's like, no. If you feel safe and you feel emotionally ready and you desire an interaction with me, you reach out. And then then I can just be ready and I can have emotional availability when a woman expresses that desire. Number 43, Clay Andrews, why talking doesn't fix relationships. You can't just talk. Yep, you really need to do much more than talking. Yes, my ex and I talked a lot, and there was a lot of talking, and especially in my opinion on her part, there was not enough action to make some significant changes to grow together. There was significant action to get divorced and separate our lives, though, which when she didn't want more kids than I did, that makes sense. If you're going through breakups, this can be very helpful, especially with the no contact rules and the alpha posturing and stuff. At the same time, telling someone who's just dumped for a rebound relationship to say, I hope we can stay in touch and spend some time together. For most people trying to stay close friends with an ex, it can make it very difficult. I generally, I don't know if I'd be in touch much with my ex if we didn't have kids together. Since we have kids together, we have to stay connected and making that connection the best it can be. But in the past, I've always burned the bridge completely with all my exes. So I do believe we ruin real connection. Posturing is the unvalued high prize when we're actually hurt. Absolutely. Number 44, dating advice for men who love women. Female psychology revealed women's preferences, what they say versus what they want. I've actually gotten pretty into this lately because I've observed sometimes women will say what they want. And instead, like I had a discussion with the same woman I mentioned earlier that I talked to for hours. She said that she wanted a stable, smooth relationship. But when you looked at what she had literally just chosen, she chose a volatile relationship that left her. She chose not to express much interest in me and shut me down. Then she chose a man she had a volatile relationship with that leaves her on the couch crying and grieving and sobbing to her friends. Like she says she wants something stable, but her choices indicates she wants something volatile and unhealthy. And to me, the advice is to look at a woman's true character, to see where her actions line up. Like my actions, I had a stable relationship for most of 15 years. Like I do want a stable relationship, and I'm not willing to accept some volatile, crazy shit. I'm not down for that. I want a stable, healthy, happy home. If men who end up in the friend zone, who overinvest early in a woman based on her words, unfortunately, yep. And, the concept of acting pre-selected, I don't like that because, I'm only interested in finding one queen to make a beautiful life with. That said, I do have several women I'm interested in that maybe something will work out with them at some point. I know they're attracted to me. I know we have chemistry, but at the same time, I let them lead with their desire. If they message me and they want to, see me, or they ask how I'm doing and I actually have a mutual desire to continue with them, then I will go forward from there. And I absolutely believe watch what people do instead of what they say. And if anything, I've gotten pretty confrontational where, by default, I often will expect, people are saying what they think you want to hear, what they wish were true instead of what's actually true. So I love to hear people talk about their exes because to me, I figure that's a much better sign of what's true than whatever you say you want. Number 45. Fuck, this is a long ass thing, isn't it? I'm really interested to see how many people are like watching this whole thing through, how many people go to school.com/Jerry Banfield, recognizing the tremendous effort, the depth of knowledge, the empathy and the compassion, the desire to help. I'm really interested to see how this video goes. This is quite an experiment I've done. And I'm really interested to see how this works out. Number 45 is gay and bisexual men's dating coach. Breaking the cycle, how to stop choosing the wrong men. It's funny because you could swap women in for this and like consistently falling for the bad boy is not a pursuit of excitement. It's like, damn, this happens in the gay community too. You'd think there'd be somewhere where things operated significantly differently. And yes, I agree. I remember deciding to be more of a bad boy to attract women, and it did work to attract my ex and to attract a number of women before her. But then when you can't keep acting like a bad boy for the whole relationship because that's inauthentic, then, finding a healthy partner who's boring is, a healthy partner boring is actually trauma response. It is. The same basic story here as with several other videos, but this is gay and bisexual men's dating coach instead of, heterosexual framing. And the same thing that happens with gay and bisexual men often happens in straight men trapped in toxic relationship loops. The advice here is heavy on why people date bad boys, but slightly thin on how to stop doing it in the moment. What I would add to that is you need to learn how to, figure out that there's a different feeling. There's a feeling of excitement and arousal, which unfortunately often people think of as the romantic spark. But there's also this feeling of safety and satisfaction, which then leans into women. And like for me, dating women who have emotional safety with me, that's often much more of a sign of a healthy relationship. I'm leaning into, I want a woman who loves my sense of humor, because that's going to be something that will, a sense of humor and that we align on things like health and wellness, and that is supportive of my career. Or that can just print, she can make all the money so I can just do this shit on YouTube for fun. So I personally am doing pretty well on not being addicted to red flags, but I see a lot of you all struggling with these red flags that you're actually addicted to. And I've been kind of judgmental. I'm like, why can't you all stop, men and women, like stop being addicted to these toxic people? Like I'm proud of myself, this woman with all kinds of these red flags that, everybody I talk to is like, do not date her. So many red flags. And I finally am like, all right, I'm not going to continue this. Like this is such a balance between putting in that mutual effort versus like, look, this is not going to work. We're too far out of alignment. High integrity skills, creator 46, approaching women should be viewed as this guy. Now, this is a big claim saying that he approached 20,000 women as a huge claim, which is questionable because even if it took, at a minimum, that's going to take 1 minute per woman. So you're talking, 60,000 minutes would be like 1,000 hours. So you're saying this guy's put in hundreds of hours approaching one woman every minute. Maybe that's accurate. Maybe it's a clickbait title, but the core thesis says, the core thesis from this, that approaching women should be viewed as a journey of self-development and radical honesty. I do agree that the more women I've talked to, the more I'm learning myself. Like I went to this dance class and social last night, and I just said what I felt was on my mind and what felt authentic instead of trying to think of the perfect thing. And I noticed some of the women didn't seem to really like the authentic me, but that's fine because I'm not trying to get everyone to like me. My intention is to show up honestly and see who really appreciates my radical honesty. If you use fake personas to make social connections, you'll feel isolated. Absolutely. And if you're burnt out on the traditional manipulative pickup artist device, this could be good. Now, the idea of approaching 20,000 women is pretty inaccessible and unrealistic for most of us. I don't even enjoy approaching a woman that is not giving me a clear signal she wants to be approached. I don't want to get some woman who's on her phone to try and snap her out of her trance, because the general reaction is going to be like, fuck you. Like, hey, I was trying to do something. That was rude. You violated my boundaries. I wasn't interested in talking to you. And it's just, that kind of energy is so toxic to me. Like, I just don't want to be around it. So does dropping the persona is definitely the way to go. Radical honesty and face-to-face connections are definitely the way to go. But you want to let that happen in as natural of an environment as possible. Jimmy on relationships talking about signs someone will be toxic. The court's thesis is stop trying to clinically diagnose people you date as narcissists. Yes, please, God, stop. Stop trying to put all these clinical psychological terms on other people. To me, it's a red flag, or maybe a yellow flag. As soon as a woman starts, I'm saying woman because I talk to a lot of women, about dating and stuff and in a dating context. If a woman starts talking about narcissist and her ex, and I immediately picture that she's going to be talking about me the same way. So that's anytime you start throwing around these psychological terms, even the terms boundary, thrown around all the time. To me, boundary is not something that should be thrown around casually. Like physical safety, like not being hit in a relationship, that is a boundary for me. Like, you are not going to hit me. That is a boundary. And you hit me, the relationship is over. I'm not going to tolerate physical violence in a relationship. That's a boundary. Now, most other things are not a boundary that severe though. So then, like, the idea of small boundaries is not a boundary. Like, that is a comfort zone. That is a preference. That is not a boundary. And this advice to enforce small boundaries, like, yes, but, at the same time, you're also, you're going to push people away by arbitrarily enforcing silly ass boundaries or playing games too. And I absolutely believe you should stop diagnosing your ex as a narcissist. I hope, the things I've said about my ex reflect my subjective experience with her. I hope I've said equally as many opportunities for improvement for myself as for my ex. And yes, taking it slow is definitely ideal. But then we start throwing phrases like love bombed out. I'm like, I didn't even know what love bomb was until I got divorced. And it's like, there's so many challenges. All right, we're speeding up even faster now. Margarita Nazarenko, decenter men and watch your entire life change. Now, she's saying that you want to actively remove men from the center of the universe and obsess over your own life. I agree with that. But for women, like, I've been putting women as the center of my life for a long time, especially being married, and now putting my health, my community, my work as the center of my life. And, relationship anxiety often stems from not having enough going on in your own life. Exactly. Now, this is another masculine versus feminine. And this is worth watching if you've got like you're a chronic anxious attachment style. And at the same time, though, is centering men real empowerment or reverse psychology to get a ring? It's difficult because if you're going to have a relationship, that person is going to take up a lot of space in your life. And I see a lot of the people who are single are not having a problem decentering men, at least the women I see. They're having a problem being emotionally available. So a lot of people in tough relationships are having this problem, but a lot of the people who are single are having the opposite problem, which is why, again, you need to take in a lot of different contexts. Natasha and Cassie, the hottest dating trends of 2026, manosphere, looks maxing, peptides, and dating up. Modern dating trends like looks maxing, peptide abuse, rigid hypergamy, and keeping a roster are driven by escapism and fuel widespread loneliness rather than creating genuine relationship fulfillment. I wholeheartedly agree with the core thesis here. I am not, I don't hypergamy. There's some truth there. I can't stand looks maxing, although I do agree with taking care of my body, eating whole plant-based. I think I look pretty good for 42 years old. Just saying, I'm looking at myself on a camera. I think I look pretty good, but I've done nothing to look max. I've gotten a haircut. I eat whole plant. I don't drink, don't smoke, but maybe some people call that look maxing. I don't even know what peptides are. Like I've heard it mentioned, but And keeping a roster is fucked up too. Like, be emotionally available and then let somebody fill that. Now, I don't agree personally with taking peptides or weight loss drugs. I believe in whole plant. So, you got to watch out for medical claims and, do your own research, learn what keeps your body healthy. And it's interesting. Can you be an independent breadwinner and still want a traditional provider? There seems like a bit of tension there, but absolutely yes. All right, we've gotten halfway through. Holy shit. I think it's been 2 hours to get through the first 50. I think I still have 2 more hours. But we're going to speed this up faster going through these. Now, Orion Teraban, just be yourself, the best and worst advice. I actually really like this advice, but just be yourself is terrible advice if you're unhappy or unsuccessful because you first have to change and improve. Yes. If you're fucked up and crazy, yeah, it might be good to make some changes. But at this point, I'd like to think I've got a pretty nice personality. And what I should not do is try and artificially be someone else. My personality should be something I just share. And I make little adjustments if needed to the core personality. But I've been bringing this different personality dating versus the personality I've been showing you here and to my friends. So the most emotionally mature advice is reframing identity and self-improvement. You do need to pass through a phase of uncomfortable conscious effort where you feel like you're acting unnatural. Absolutely. Especially like early sobriety, early divorce and stuff. Absolutely. Now, this video is very conceptual, which there's a place though. There's videos that have had a lot of concrete advice. This one's more conceptual. To some degree, finding your authentic self is a trap. To me, the deepest level of self is you don't have any identity or any self. You're just undifferentiated consciousness. So how about that? Shavon, dating as a bi neurodivergent was suffering. Yep. So again, made sure to get some diverse points of view in here. Her thesis, dating, I think is her, dating as dating as a bisexual neurodivergent woman in modern dating that prioritizes convenience is exhausting and requires radical upfront honesty. And this is what I've been finding that is important for me is radical upfront honesty and self-acceptance. Because it's awful to not get a second date when you don't feel like you were radically honest to start with. Like if I'd have been radically honest right up front on some of these dates, then I might have actually got a second date. But sometimes by not being radically honest, you also are killing the romantic spark. So stop trying to control and mold incompatible people. At the same time, though, I was just talking to my matchmaker, a woman that is more interested in being molded and flexible might actually partner better with me. If you're neurodivergent, bisexual, overthinker, which I identify with several of these, and feels too intense or misunderstood, yeah, this resonates a lot with me. At the same time, do not dump mental health diagnosis on people. Unless you are professional, educated, do not go around dumping mental health diagnosis on people. Don't do that. It's unfair and you're uneducated when you're labeling all these terms and you haven't been formally educated in them. Number 52, your wingman, 10 brutal dating tips for women that women need to hear and men need to share. Women are all, so this goes back to the one before, women are sabotaging their own dating lives through unreasonable standards, manufactured drama, and culturally validated entitlement. Preach! And must take personal accountability and drop their defensive walls, find a good man. I pray to God that I'm there when my queen is ready to drop her defensive walls and find a good man. Now, there is a distinction between vetting and testing. Yeah, it makes sense to vet a partner, observe their character, etc. But don't intentionally manufacture drama, pull away, be crazy. Like, don't do that. And I know a number of chronically single women burned out on dating, but, they keep doing this stuff and they have highly defensive tactics with women. And then this ends up with men. And then this ends up happening. And I can identify with doing some of this too by being, instead of just vetting the woman, I start being the one that's testing her. So I do some of this too. And I hope that as I've identified and diagnosed things in others, I said diagnosed to be a bit more dramatic, but as I've identified stuff in others, I hope I've identified the same amount of stuff in myself. Now, watch out. The suggestion here, supportive friends are secretly engaging in intersexual competition to sabotage you. I don't know about that. And this is why you need to be able to use your own differentiation, taking things in. But I have noticed a number of cases where people's friends and the algorithm seem to be sabotaging their love life. Is that something you can identify with? It seems like a lot of us have got our love lives sabotaged because we're letting our friends and the algorithm tell us about things that, we might be better off getting some better help for. Coach Lee, they didn't leave because they stopped loving you. People often leave partners they do love to misunderstood chemical highs, temporary relief from pressure, the desire for life change, peer pressure, or unresolved psychological trauma. And, your partner's name should be safe on your lips. There should be loyalty that other people don't to get to see your dirty laundry. Now, yeah, I like that. I do. And, my ex and I did have a fantastic relationship. And it's just a difficult balance between love and light versus being, looking at the things that didn't work also. So, maybe I hope I haven't been too disrespectful to her on here because I said I didn't like the disrespect. This is why dating is so tough. How many women would watch to this point and still want to go out with me without, seeing red flag after red flag or whatever. If we can just acknowledge the difficulty of dating, I think what can really help with seeing all this content is that we really do need a deeper level of love and acceptance and a deeper level of giving people a chance. But then that goes into scarcity mindset too. It's like, okay, this person is definitely not right for me, but should I give them a chance anyway? Like, this is why it really helps to have a community of people on the same journey, thinking the same way. So if you've got to this point, I am absolutely confident you will love being a member of the community on School and to jump on in there with us. Creator 53, we're wrapping up Coach Lee. And, advising people to artificially maintain an ex's fear of replacement, definitely borders on manipulation. That's not something I would do. And I definitely think serial dating damages our ability to commit. And most of the creators below Coach Lee have been ranked because they promote serial dating or things that go towards serial dating. Diana Fernandez, dating while trans, scary experience. So sure on the pronouns here. Trans women must aggressively disclose, I think it's going to be she. Trans women must aggressively disclose their trans identity upfront on dating apps. Absolutely. Yep. But it's just a better general picture too of like, we need radical honesty. Like, you should be disclosing things that are important right up front. But a lot of us don't believe, a lot of us are trying to sell instead of buy. And if you're buying, you want to disclose, things that are important to your buying as soon as front. So, not knowing but she gets at the difficulty of like, she deleted her dating apps and then don't leave the house. It's difficult. And claims she's the complete package to get married. Now, ironically, she sounds a lot like me. I've literally been in the house all day, but I am going to get out later. And, purely relying on fate while taking 0 steps to meet people is an unrealistic dating strategy. I know some people who fit into this category. I'm taking massive action to meet people. And meanwhile, people have said at this point, I probably need to relax and just let things happen. It's like there is a certain amount of action to take that once you take that action, then you need to relax and let things happen. But just sitting at home without using dating apps, yeah, that's going to be difficult. I think a trans man should disclose identity immediately. So there's no confusion and there's no, that could be a dangerous situation if that's not disclosed immediately. But if you have anything similar, like I believe I need to disclose I have kids immediately. A woman should never be under the illusion that I don't have kids. I have 2 kids. And that's something that needs to be disclosed on the first date. Like, having children should be disclosed immediately because that's a big fucking deal. Like, if you're trans or you've switched your pronouns or something, like if there's something that's unexpected that people can have significant reactions to, that should be just like having kids. Some women do not want to date a man who has kids. Some men do not want to date a woman who has kids. That needs to be disclosed immediately. And I'd err on the side of disclosing more rather than less. Because, again, a lot of these themes have hit on radical honesty. Esther Perel, 20 years later, Esther Perel, the author of Mating in Captivity, revisits it and asks, where should we begin? Our expectation for predictability and perfection fueled by technology is fundamentally warping our ability to handle the unpredictable, messy reality of human relationships. Yes. And this has been a fantastic video, a live stream for me to make, because I'm seeing people have consistently told me, like, you've got to drop your standards for women. You have unrealistically high standards for women. And I see that. You know, I identify a lot with this. Stop expecting tech level perfection and frictionless on demand predictability. You know, but at the same time, and then it's like, it can be so hard to deal with other people and, you know, women that are flaky and canceling and unclear with their desires, and, you know, say one thing one day and say another thing the next day. They don't want kids. Now they do want kids. They want to get married. They don't want to get married. They want to eat healthy, but they're eating like shit. You know, I had a drug addiction issue, but now they're smoking marijuana and doing several other things every day. And it's like, fuck, is me saying no being the responsible thing in this situation, or am I just not tolerating someone else's unnecessary, you know, am I having standards that are too high, or am I making a smart decision to stay away from someone who's not compatible? This gets really difficult. And I don't believe in keeping secrets from partners. I think it's very important to know exactly what is going on. Maybe it's more complicated if you have professional relationships. And I do think your smartphone can kill your sex drive, especially I've noticed people on their smartphones at night absolutely can kill your sex drive. Lovers by Sean, Why Normal Sex Doesn't Work for Many Black and Brown Women, featuring Ada Merriam Davis. And the court thesis here: fulfilling an intimate sexual life requires divesting from Western capitalist scripts and intentionally designing relationships rooted in self-possession, community support, and cultural heritage. Now, I absolutely agree with this. Self-possession and community support, especially, and maybe cultural heritage. I don't feel like I have much of a cultural heritage. And I'm kind of a little envious of people who feel like they do have more of a cultural heritage. Best advice here is stop expecting one romantic partner to fulfill every single intimate and emotional need. Yep, as we've covered in previous videos. And, you know, that now Lovers by Sean does heavily go into like dismissing statistics. And, you know, I wouldn't say your bad sex life caused by capitalism is just, you know, that much of a simplification. Now, this one, even though it's at 57, this one to me is really helpful. And this is why it's important to go through the depths, because even if something overall doesn't seem like it could be that helpful, there's like this. I think I may be dealing with a significant part of this. Magic Maya says, why women ignore men they're most attracted to is not rejection. Women often ignore or pull back from men they're highly attracted to because intense attraction triggers deep-seated insecurities, self-doubt, and an overwhelming fear of emotional vulnerability. I can identify one woman right now that seems to feel that with me. Like, she seems like she very much wants a relationship. She's already told me that, you know, what I'm looking for is what she's looking for. And yet she seems like when she's with me, it triggers this, like, these insecurities, self-doubt, and emotional vulnerability. And, you know, for me, it seems like I need to notice a woman's awkwardness and not interpret it as, you know, failure or rejection, but like maybe she likes me so much it's making her uncomfortable and it's making her struggle of it. I've had a number of conversations with women that it's hard to tell whether like we had no compatibility at all or whether like they were in this category. Now, it doesn't, unfortunately, provide a strategy for how a man should act when a woman pulls back. And that's, you know, I don't have answers to that either. Now, maybe it makes sense to reach out at some point. Somebody has to reach out. But at the same time, to me, if a woman pulls back, like, you know, with my ex deciding to get divorced, like there was no going back. It didn't matter that I was interested in doing anything to fix and work together. Like, to me, if the woman pulls back, like that's the last straw for the relationship. You know, as a man, I don't believe in trying to, you know, I believe in being willing to do anything to keep her. But if she pulls away, to me, that's it. Sadia Psychology. If you're a nice guy, she will lose sexual attraction, and here's why. Sadia says that women don't lose sexual attraction to men because they're kind. They lose attraction to nice guys because the men, to me, and basically summarize what she said, are weak. And the mature advice is warned against dating down to prevent being cheated on. That makes absolute sense. At the same time, you know, it's the same critique as another one that, you know, men are who desire highly agreeable men are only those planning to manipulate or get alimony. So as the kids arrive, that is pretty cynical. And it is tough in modern masculinity. You're like stuck with this choice between being a pushover and a pickup artist. They are both traps, and I'd like to think I'm walking a middle ground on this. Christine Loveridge, stop texting her, stop calling her, do this instead. So this very relevant to my current situation. When you're dating pulls away or lose interest, your only effective move is to cease contact and redirect your attention elsewhere. Yep. Recognizing you can't talk or logic someone back into being attracted to you. Yep, I've tried, and it's just frustrating, and it's just continuous waste of time and emotional leakage. And I've definitely been the over-texter, over-explainer, and smother partners when they feel them pulling away. Yep. Now, it's a little dramatic saying I'm never going to speak to you again. Like there are some of these women who've pulled away. If they were to come back, I would be very open and interested. But, the gift of absence is a healthy foundation. If I text you, you cancel the date, and I text you to follow up, you don't respond, it's over unless you come back, in my opinion. Jared Ross, I've enjoyed his dating profile videos, like for Hinge. He's given some good advice there, but I'm not using dating apps anymore, so I don't watch him anymore, and I wish he would move beyond dating apps. His core thesis is stop filtering dating apps and prioritize getting a high volume of in-person dates. That seems like I would have got more dates that way. I wasted time on the fence sitters and the women just trying to talk. I also tried to filter very severely, and I was overly picky on dating apps. So I found his videos very helpful to kind of branch out. But then, his dismissal also of shared values, lifestyle, and income as predictors of relationship success. There is a healthy balance. Like, I got almost no matches from women who said yes to drinking on Hinge because me saying no to drinking was too much of a lifestyle alignment. The question this brings up is, do we settle for mediocre partners because our sample size is too small? Well, I certainly think a lot of people do, but at the same time, there's the extremes. Like there's people settling for mediocre partners because their sample size is too small, but then there's others of us that have these insane standards, and then it doesn't matter if there's practically infinite women anywhere who would line up with it. Nadia Bakodi, 6 years of lesbian dating advice in 12 minutes. She says, regular dating advice fails queer women because it relies on a heteronormative script where men initiate and women remain passive. Now, you see, when I'm advocating, what I'm about is that women should not remain passive. Women need to express some kind of subtle interest if you're going to attract me or interest me. I mean, what I think would be really romantic is if some woman found my video and actually had, I was going to say the balls, but that doesn't make sense for a woman, had the breasts, had the femininity, the desire to talk to me so much that she would join my school community and direct message me and say, hey, I watched your dating video. There's definitely some red flags. I mean, realistically, right? There's definitely some red flags, but I would love to explore dating you. Like, that would be so amazing. That would just make my day. But I don't make a phone number or anything available publicly because then that would also leave me open to being catfished. But if you're gonna pay $49 to catfish me, then respect, you can have a shot at it. You make me laugh. But I agree with her wholeheartedly on, to successfully date women, you got to stop being passive, actively create chemistry. And I think it's important women reciprocate that are heteronormative. And, you work to create chemistry also. Don't expect me to just do everything. You lead with your desires and I will make the actions from there. So yeah, the advice to sit next to your date across the table, allowing a natural and casual touch. Like, I love that. Yes, exactly. And I think this applies to me also. And I think this is funny though. I should let you know I've made a Pinterest board for our wedding. I mean, yeah, it could be interpreted as U-hauling, but I think it's funny. Now it's going to be a red flag to some, but it also could be a green flag to others. And that's why you have to figure out what's authentic for you. I'm the kind of person who would make a joke like that. I make all kinds of jokes. And if anything, I can make more jokes that are positively skewed, like crazy positive. So that to me is a joke I would find endearing. I would love it if I went out with a woman I was into and she said, you know, I've already made a Pinterest board for our wedding, I would love that. I'd be like, oh, me too. I've already, you know, I've already planned a funeral. So now some straight dating scripts do sabotage queer women, but you can see why you can see why a lot of the advice given to women would not work for queer women, because, you know, if you're encouraging women to be more passive, then you can't have two women being passive. So this, the importance of getting in a diverse point of view. Trans crush, Lulu, my trans journey in dating as a trans woman. Trans women, on the core thesis here is trans women must overcome exhausting pressure to perform hyperfemininity for social validation and stop settling for secret, emotionally immature relationships with men who drain their self-worth. No one should settle for a relationship with people who drain their self-worth. Absolutely. Find hobbies and passions apart from being trans. Sounds like great advice. You want to, no matter what your identity is, like whatever your identity is, you don't want all of your life to be set up around a certain identity, whether it's being a dad or trans or gay or a certain race or religion. Like, you always want to build a life that's not all set up on one thing. Because what happens when your identity, when one of those things, like me, I had a lot of my life set up around being married. And then when the marriage collapses, all these other things go with it. And if your identity, you know, if part of your identity collapses, you know, you can be in a really bad spot. Now, it is tough to try, you know, the expectation that a partner should never get comfortable in a relationship, must constantly maintain high excitement. That can be a bit difficult. And, you know, when does getting to know you become an exhausting demand to explain your existence? I like to really get to know, you know, someone really deeply. Absolutely. So to me, I always want to get to know somebody deeper. Why BC too cold? Choose women who choose you. Now this I resonate a lot. The popular advice to choose women, choose you is fundamentally flawed for average men who want a highly attractive woman. Like, I don't need a highly attractive woman. Like, I am happy to take a woman that's average looks as long as she's on the slim or lean build end of things. I'm happy to take average looks. I would, in fact, I mean, I selected my ex primarily on beauty. She was highly attractive. My dad said, you know, boy, that girl could be a model. And yeah, I selected my ex primarily on beauty. Like, she is gorgeous. And she was in, you know, law school. Like, I selected on that stuff. And I didn't worry too much about the rest of the personality. Now, I'd be happy to take a woman who's average on looks and who really is very interested in me. Like, I love that. And, you know, I agree. You must actively pursue and leverage familiarity to bypass snap looks-based judgment. Yes. And this is where community comes into play, which I've emphasized a lot of times, which is why most nights when I don't have my kids, I am out. And I'm encouraged to try and get my kids out to more community things too. But you need to leverage familiarity. And this is where every one of these dating coaches who's telling you that how much looks matter, they are literally blind to the leverage familiarity in at least heteronormative dating, where women over time tend to not care about how a guy looks hardly at all if they get to know him well enough. This is why I was able, there was a dispatcher, as I wrote about in my Officer Banfield book, there's an absolute, as beautiful as I could possibly imagine a woman being that I used to work with when I was a police officer in 2009. And she fell madly in love to me. I mean, we had sex, we had a little relationship, but it was turned into a lot of drama. But I would have never got with a woman like that on a dating app, because she would have been looking for all the chads. But because I got to know her over a period of 6 months, and she was a dispatcher, I was a police officer, so I had that little bit of status. She got to see my personality. You know, I was attractive enough, but at the same time, like, she would not have matched with me on a dating app. I would never have got to get with her just based on my looks. I got to get with her based on leveraging familiarity. So if you've got anything, make sure leverage familiarity is super important. And that's why I've restructured my life so that I'm in communities where I'm naturally around women that have alignment with me and my lifestyle, that want kids, that are healthy. And that allows me, you know, I'm certainly good enough looking. I don't believe in number ratings because they're subjective, but I'd like to think I'm at least average or better than average for sure. And then you combine that with familiarity, and anything's possible with any woman. So I love this advice. is super realistic and actionable based into, real relationship sociology. Now, this is more based on attraction and tactics though. So there's not much, this can get you in the door and bypass the shallow algorithms of modern dating. But, the dating market is not a binary choice either between beauty and treatment, and it is a bit objective and shallow. So, and can average men really date out of their league by getting off dating apps? Absolutely. 100%. Certain of that. Anybody telling you different doesn't know a fucking thing about dating in the bigger picture. They may be in a narrow hallway dating in a very certain context on dating apps, but they are not dating outside of that, because I've been there, I've done that, I've seen it, I have personal experience on it, and I've seen others same way. Brittany Lee, married men give the worst dating advice. I gotta say, some of my dating advice when I was married, and I made whole dating courses that sold videos with all kinds of views, I agree. Women must stop, the core thesis here is women must stop dating for potential and enforce their standards. But now what's interesting, this one, so you do need to have standards, but don't get crazy with them. So this one kind of conflicts with some of the other ones. And now her thesis that financially insecure men will inevitably project their inadequacy onto the woman who try and build with them. I don't agree with that at all, because my dad didn't have anything to offer financially, except he actually helped my mom save money. But, I do agree with her directive to stop dating, like based on potential. But I don't know, my ex dated me on potential, and I think, I certainly made a big glow up from when she dated me. So at the same time, though, I think this is speaking really to women who have a history of dating fixer-uppers, where women struggle with people pleasing and trying to take a man that's a project. Now, I've actually found some of a desire to date a woman who's a fixer-upper, and that's problematic. But the challenge to me, almost every woman I meet is some level of fixer-upper, because I think my shit don't stink. I think I've got my life together pretty well. So almost every woman to me looks like a fixer-upper. So this definitely resonate with me. But every man who struggles financially will inevitably become mean, resentful, and emotionally abusive is ridiculous. And is struggle love a trap that exists to free labor from women? I mean, I don't agree that men leave their ride or die once they succeed. I would have stayed with my ex, even if, everything else. I would have stayed if she wasn't, fully committed to getting divorced. Even though that might have been the best idea, I've had a huge glow up since I met my ex, made millions of dollars online, been famous, over 1 billion views, lost weight. I think I look better now than I did when we met, and I didn't leave her. Chantel Heidi, literally titled Live Replay, March 31st, 2026. She says women must protect their safety and emotional well-being by enforcing strict logic-based vetting strategies, specifically waiting 3 months before any physical intimacy. Now, I do agree on waiting longer before physical intimacy. 3 months could be a little long. I do believe in waiting at least a month before physical intimacy is a great idea. And using physical distance. Now, I don't know though. So the woman that I really liked, that signaled to me, that I talked to, that I mentioned a bunch of times, but I won't say in detail for privacy, she seemed like she was using something like this on me when she first met me. But then it seems like what happened when she was using something like this is she suddenly flipped and just like slipped into bed with somebody right after that. So the downside of, that like this advice is quite extreme. And, encouraging you to walk out of a date and drive away without a single word, asked of a question you don't like this is, zero tolerance. I think if anything, we need more love and tolerance today. But I understand there is an audience of women that she may be speaking to that have, just consistently get into abusive relationships, that yes, you do need some much more, you do need to have some more logical standards. But that probably goes back to chemistry, because I've noticed it seems like people who have a history of toxic relationships also don't seem to even be interested at all in having a healthy relationship. Like you would think they'd want it, but then the romantic chemistry is not there, or this person was just boring, or he was nice. But so this is a challenge where, you're used to that drama of an abusive relationship, then everything else feels boring by comparison. But I think rarely is zero. I've been kind of practicing zero tolerance with like, women and a lot of different issues they can have. And I can say it's time for more love and tolerance. I've been way too strict. And then I've been annoyed that I'm alone. And it's like, well, I think you gotta gently drop your standards a little bit at a time if they're too high. Like don't, what's tempting, if you put up these really high standards, what then you can do is just drop your standards to 0. So I think this kind of extremist advice, encouraging you to put these standards up crazy high and have no compromise, often what that'll lead to is you'll have your standards at 100 and you won't let anybody in. Then they'll drop to 0 and you'll let anybody in. Coach Craig Kenneth says your ex won't forget you in no contact. The idea of being out of sight and out of mind is a myth in relationships. Yep, this woman I talked to that I probably talked about the most in this video, I've thought of her like every day. Sometimes there have been hours a day. I've thought of her so much. And I'm glad I don't have her phone number because I'd be blowing her up texting her. But here's the interesting thing. Would she really react well to me texting her? Last time she didn't. She'd wait 24 hours to respond to me, which is fucking aggravating. And I will not deal with but then there I go, zero tolerance. Like, why does it take you 24 hours to respond to my text message? Like that makes me not want to text you at all. So the code says, you recognize your overwhelming panic and urge to reach out is driven by separation anxiety. Yes. So I do, if you've recently got divorced and stuff, I definitely, the anxious attachment styles crept in a little bit, straight up no contact, I deleted this woman's number before because yeah, I would reach for it when I was in a good mood. When I was like euphoric, I'd reach for it and then it would lead to a bad mood and disappointment. So this, you don't want to get a false hope though, that just because you're not talking to someone that you're automatically going to get back with them. You don't want to foster that. Oh my God, we're 2/3 through this. Holy shit. Still need to speed up more. Christy in her 50s. What women secretly love about dating men. And, core thesis, basic grooming, hygiene, and, cleanliness and etiquette are non-negotiable traits. Strategy, she gives some strategies for like, managing your scent. And it makes sense if you're an older, am I an older man? I don't really feel older. I'm dating women in their 20s and 30s, as well as 40s and 50s, but no more. I'm not going to date a woman generally outside 20s and 30s anymore, unless like she's 40, 41. We have a high lifestyle alignment and like we're so aligned, we're ready to have a family right away, like that, which is unlikely. But I'm open to that as well. But I want more family. So the same thing that what I mentioned at the beginning about her inviting a man you met in traffic. I do love the adventure there, and that sounds so different from some of the other videos. At the same time, though, some older men I know are obsessed about ear hair and wrinkled shirts and you just like relax, like just show up and take care of your energy and be fun. Elliot Scott did a live stream. It's the only one I could get off him. It was a lot of emphasis on attraction and tactics, men operating on straightforward, opportunistic, like sexual strategies, and women need to stop romanticizing mixed signals or waiting for commitment from guys who wants to keep their options open. That I do agree with. And, I do agree with, I see too many women that are, hanging around guys that don't want relationships, that are already in a relationship. I've seen when I was married, some women do that a bit with me. And it's like, you need to find somebody who's emotionally available. Don't get in a situationship. I understand how it can happen though. I've barely avoided some myself, but I don't believe in this hyper evolutionary transactional view of dating. It's highly reductionist. I can't stand the raw sexual opportunism and SMV, sexual market value. That is complete bullshit to me. It's not that there's no truth to it, but emphasizing that to me indicates a lack of understanding of deeper human nature. I am not afraid of commitment. I guess maybe there's some fear of commitment there, but I love commitment. Like the 15-year relationship I love that. Some men are afraid of commitment. I'm not. So, focus on what you're looking for. Creator 69. Here we go. After, the thumbnail, there's the magical 69, which I thought would be funny to pair with this. Emily, so many of these videos talking about why men are done dating these ways. And yes, modern dating culture has definitely exhausted good men. I've certainly felt this, how, feel like you have to play manipulative games, deal with one-sided expectations, pay, text them first all the time, put up with ghosting and not responding and endless flaking as shit. And then, they're interested in 8 other guys at the same time. It's fucked. That's for sure. Like, it's just crazy. But I agree with, communicate straightforward, reject arbitrary dating rules. Pretending like you're not interested. It seems like every woman that I've expressed clear interest in seems like it has just totally put her fire out. But maybe at some point it wouldn't. But this is a problem. Like, my experience, at least lately, whenever I've said I like you, I'm interested, like to date you, it's immediately just put out the flames completely. So at the same time, that has left me being a bit more like, whatever, you're going to express interest first before I do. But if both people take that approach and most women are passive, that's a setup for people to be lonely. And the more you're lonely and lose, it's like, why even bother with this in the first place? I have shifted into a bit of a why bother. Like trying, I'll just show up in community, but then I feel a bit defeated. Like, fucking nothing's going to happen. Doesn't matter how many women I talk to. Doesn't matter what she says or what kind of chemistry there is here. It's all fucking pointless. So I totally get that. And, I don't agree with the generalization that modern women are entirely to blame for male burnout. I think it's important that women take responsibility for all the stuff they've believed and done that's made this such a difficult situation. But, men, we've done our part too. And the goal is to come together and figure out how to work together now and not just blame each other. And I think a lot of women are absolutely filtering out the healthiest men by expecting me to fight for it. Like at this point, I don't, if I see a woman worth fighting for, like I'll fight for her. Like this woman, I know I would love to fight for her, but I'm tired of fighting for women that don't want to be fought for. I'm tired of texting and calling and, then their interest goes to zero. Like is fighting for it, showing up all the time? God damn, like, isn't this stuff hard? Oh yeah, it should get hard. Haley Quinn, 5 excuses men used to avoid talking to women. Then this one is like often directly the opposite. Men struggle to meet women in real life, not because they lack conversational skills, but because they self-reject and invent excuses to avoid initiating interactions. Well, I get that. At the same time, though, I don't want to keep initiating conversations with women that are so cold and so passive that they're not sending any signals. Like if you're so cold and so passive, you're not making eye contact, you're not smiling, you're signaling to me you don't want me to talk to you. That's what you're signaling. If there's there's got to be something mutual. Now, slowing you down your approach, like this, sure, her talking about slow down your approach so the person has time to disengage from your phone. Like, fuck, that's crazy. Like interrupting a woman who's on her phone who clearly, if you're on your phone going for a walk, like I have a lake, I walk around in public. If you're on your phone and you have your earbuds in, to me, that's saying I'm not interested at all in human connection. Now, I don't know if, women and men that are doing this are realizing that's the signal, but to me, that's the signal. I go walk around without headphones and even engaging with women. But I talk to everybody. I say hi to men, women, old, young, all kinds of people. I say hi. And almost never does somebody seem interested in having any kind of conversation with me, no matter what the demographic. I did have a conversation with the woman one day that was walking her dog, and she actually seemed interested in talking with me, but the poor woman was all screwed up on, the last relationship still, and she's not dating and stuff. From my view, it's like, does she regret just walking away from an easy opportunity like that? Even there, though. But her advice to slow down your approach. And if you are a woman, you should not be being so passive and just have your head down or be on your phone or totally disengaged with reality and then expect that I'm going to come up and interrupt you and then deal with the wrath of all the women that are like, the fuck, you violated my boundaries. I'm triggered. No, stop. I will approach you if you signal that you're interested. And women often communicate subtly, but the thing is, it is creepy and intrusive to approach a woman in an everyday real world situation where she's not paying any attention. She doesn't seem to be showing any interest. That is creepy and intrusive. And I'm tired of getting the creepy and intrusive treatment over and over. I'm not I'm not going to keep approaching women that aren't sending any signals. If you're that passive, I'll let some other dude that's willing to be creepy and intrusive, you can have him. Like, I don't want to be in a relationship with a woman who's so passive that she won't send signals. So the rejection, how is it a rejection if somebody is rude and comes up to you and interrupts you during what you're doing and is obnoxious and then won't leave, which is certainly some men approaching? How is that a win? Like, you were rude. Don't do that. So this, Haley Quinn's advice here, I've been the pickup guy. I used to approach women all the time. I'd get fake phone numbers. I'd call girls who had no idea who I was. I already did that. And this is not the environment to do that in today. Unless you want to get roasted, unless you want to get labeled creepy, unless you want people to talk about, what a loser you are. There's some woman, I talked to her and she seemed very interested in me, and she goes around town. Yeah, people recognize me from my videos around town sometimes. She goes around telling women that she knows know me from my videos. She's like, yeah, he tried to hit on me. Like that's what you get. And this woman already knew me because we had a friend in common. She knew me before I knew her. She was signaling me, and she sat next to me the first time she met me. The second time, like, this woman is going around talking all this, I guess it's talking shit about me and trying to make me sound like some creep or something, when she was actually giving a bunch of signals. And that's what happens when somebody's giving a bunch of signals. And so you're saying that I should go interrupt a woman at a coffee shop who has her head down and is on her phone, and I should try and start a conversation? That's insane. That's rude. Like, if I'm on my phone, I'll sure a woman that I find attractive and interesting, I would hope I wouldn't be on my phone where I'd be in a position for a woman I find attractive and interesting to approach me. Yeah, that one really got me there. Jessica J. Dating. 99.9% of men do this that bothers women. Your intuition is right, but your execution is wrong. Men fail at attracting women by interrogating them. I definitely do that. Instead of sharing their own experience. That's the change I've just made. That my experience, I should be sharing and talking about myself on a date. I listen to some of these dudes that are saying, yeah, don't say shit about yourself. Be mysterious. Get her to talk. Well, I can tell you a few women that didn't work with. And, it also doesn't, a woman should want to get to know me. And I've talked uninterrupted for 3 hours and 26 minutes about this. And I was talking to myself some beforehand to prepare. So if a woman doesn't like listening to me talk about my damn self, then I definitely should not be trying to interrogate her on a date. I've realized. So I've learned, do not try and interrogate women on a date. Start sharing my stories and my experiences and my emotions, and move the conversation away from what to how, and be a multidimensional person. Exactly. Now, this mostly, though, is just practical. Again, it doesn't do much once you're in a relationship, which is why, these just attraction things are not as important. Like, you need to ideally combine attraction with deeper connection. And a lot of these creators we're going to go into, like Casey Zander, Owen Cook, they don't combine much beyond attraction in their videos. And just getting people attracted is not any good if you can't build long-term connection. That said, you don't want to totally dismiss finding common interests. Like, I would love if I could meet a woman who is also a YouTuber and we could have YouTube in common. That would be awesome. And, yes, chasing common interests can kill your chemistry. Jessica O's 7 things women do when they're pretending to like you. This is decently practical, but again, watching a bunch of videos like this can be very shallow and not do much for actually building a relationship. Like, you only need so many videos like this. When a woman's secretly attracted to you, her subconscious behaviors like nervous eating, remembering tiny details, and reflexively denying feelings will betray her true interest. Like, this has a nice sound to it. And when you do obviously want to remain calm and have your emotional baseline for sure. And the advice regarding, she denies attraction a little too quickly. Now, that this is a problem of unclear communication, which is why we need to have very clear communication. And it's funny, this one slide, I got this over here because it wouldn't fit, but you do need to respect people's verbal boundaries. Like the woman I talked to who said she wasn't physically attracted to me, I respected her verbal boundary and I canceled the second date. Like, don't tell me you're not physically attracted to me if you don't want me to decide that you're not worth my time, you know? So this, this is helpful if you struggle reading lines, but then it's challenging because as I talked about earlier, sometimes people, not just women, but sometimes people will say things they don't really mean. They'll say one thing but mean something else. It's challenging because sometimes people want you to read between the lines. Sometimes it's hard because social intelligence versus ignoring a clear no. This is why there's so much complexity. And this is why it really helps to have a supportive community there for your dating, to have someone you trust that you can message, you can ask questions, and people on a similar wavelength. Number 73, shit, we're getting towards the end. The end is in sight. Do I even want to date again? By last first date, how to figure out what you really want. I know I want to date again, that's for sure. But it is essential to differentiate between genuine presence and fear. And I've definitely been having a bit more fear and self-protection from heartbreak. And the thought experiment is stripping away everything is said. If a person simply appeared, would you want a relationship? I would love a relationship. If a woman appeared right now in my doorway and was interested, was ready to live a healthy lifestyle and have a family and be encouraging when it comes to my work, I would say yes immediately. I would be happy to turn down any other option. Absolutely. I was just telling my matchmaker I'm willing to meet someone who lives hours away from me that is interested, have a virtual date, and then, see about like starting a long distance relationship. Like, I'm very interested. So I'm glad this one, at least I'm very clear. At the same time, though, friends and community will not replace the kind of physical intimacy you will have with dating. And sure, some women are opting out of dating because, to me, you have an inaccurate calculation about the trade-off. Yes, it is better to be single than to be in a bad relationship, but having a great relationship is so much better than being single. It's hard to even calculate how great that is. And I see a lot of people, men and women, probably more men than women, that are saying it's not worth the trouble having a relationship. And I'm saying, bro, you've never had a great relationship. You don't know what you're missing. You need to try for that relationship. All right, number 74, Marnie, your personal wing girl. How to attract women without doing a single thing. When faced with a woman's disinterest or mutual effort, over pursuing destroys attraction. I've absolutely noticed that. You must implement the pullback effect. But the problem is, this happened too much. Like, I would be interested, some of you, if you went through my phone, there'd be a woman or two you'd think that I've done too much pullback effect on. That I've, the last message she sent, like, here's one. This woman sent me a message, and she said, she had matched me. She was really excited to talk with me. We talked on the phone. I was showing interest. And then, well, what happens with her? Well, I asked, at some point, she went cold. And then, so I didn't message her for a week. Then I said, hey, one night. Then she said, good morning. And she's going to go do a couple of things. There's something I could meet her at. I said, I'm playing tennis. Would you like me to stop by and meet you? She says, well, if I wasn't leaving immediately, I'd say yes. Like, pullback effect. I'm not texting you again. Like, you're done. You're done. Like, your interest is so low that I could literally am willing to effortlessly just show up and say, hi, your interest is so low. No. I don't know what happened, but maybe she doesn't want kids. I do want kids. Maybe we're out of alignment there. Maybe something else. Maybe she met someone. I don't know. But this is a clear case of there's nothing there. And if there's anything there at this point, she's shown such disinterest that she would have to reach out to me at this point. Like, she didn't respond to my message for a week. Then, she sends this lukewarm, cold response. Like, yeah, you do need to recognize, the rejection zone. Like, and I'm in the rejection zone there. And yep, you gotta stop over texting. But the problem is too, I've heard so many guys especially say that they'd throw out a Hail Mary. I know one guy, he had met this woman on a dating app in 2021, and he had her on Instagram, and nothing happened. They were on Instagram for years, and then all of a sudden, he messages her out of the blue, and now they're having a baby together. So sometimes you might need to wait a lot longer, and there might need to be something special there. But I'm about to delete that woman's number right now. But that's the problem. Some people would say the pullback effect risks being misinterpreted as manipulative or game playing. So is doing nothing the most powerful move when someone pulls away? That's the thing, though, because if both people keep acting like that, you're never going to have a relationship. Someone needs to be the one that expresses a desire. And it just seems like today that's got to be the woman. I don't know what it is, but a lot of these videos seem to be confirming it. But if I express more desire than the woman, it seems to instantly cool off. Maybe it just hasn't been the right woman yet. Nafali Moses, what to look for in a relationship? Heal your wounds, or they will choose your partner. You cannot fix or scrub your emotional wounds. I'm kind of, you can do a lot of reprogramming. You don't need to. Your unacknowledged wounds will unconsciously dictate your choices. I do agree with that. So you do need to do the work. But at the same time, the advice here is great. You don't need to view your emotional needs as something you must magically get rid of before you can love. I talked about that a bit before. All right, 75% of the way done. Let's go. I could wrap it up right now and I'd get a C, but we're going for an A. We're going for 100%. We're going to hit all 100 of these creators. 3 hour and a half straight live stream. All that Jerry Banfield straight, never chased that. What? So if you're a person who constantly finds yourself repeating cycles of painful relationships, this philosophy makes sense. It is a bit abstract and concrete though. And, do your unhealed wounds secretly pick your partners? I don't know. That's kind of a leap of faith. Shallon Lester, how to get a man to propose and what makes him choose you. Harry Styles and Zoe Kravitz. Men choose to marry based on their own internal timelines and readiness rather than their feelings. Maybe some guys do. I'm ready to marry a great woman right now. So where are all the women that want a husband? Like, I'm down. I'm ready to go. You do need to consider your opportunity cost in a relationship for sure, though, because being with someone that's not, and this is why, God, this stuff is hard. Like, your opportunity cost, being with someone where it's not going anywhere, is stopping you from anyone else you could be with. Like, I'm so grateful I got divorced because my ex and I both, the opportunity cost, like as long as we were still married, we're both stopping each other from being with somebody else. So, I don't believe in rigid timelines like a 1.5 year cohabitation timeline and the associated, statistics with that. Ultimatums generally should be used at an absolute minimum. And I do agree, though, women, if you're in your late 20s or 30s, you've been dating someone for years without commitment, I think you deserve that commitment. I would commit to you. I absolutely would. But if you're dating a man who won't commit to you after you've been dating for years, that doesn't want to get married or have a family, yeah, an ultimatum does make sense in that case. There's a delicate balance. The way of Cam, he'd probably be honored to be in this video. He started his channel pretty recently. And I've watched some of his videos. He's good at getting some clickbait titles. I'd rather die alone than try dating in 2026. His thesis that modern dating operates as a highly competitive skill-based matchmaking. Rules that leave men frustrated giving up is a loser's mentality. You must actively level up your looks, change your environment, and remain open-minded to find a long-term partner and avoid a lonely age. I do agree with a lot of that. I agree. You need to, damn, it was like he was talking to me personally with this. Like, refusing to date women that go to bars. The way of Cam, I feel called out. I swear he watched one of my videos because I've said stuff like that. Like, yeah, I'm not dating a woman that drinks or go to bars. And I was just telling my matchmaker, I need to reduce my standards. My standards have been too hard for you. It's taken 4 months for my matchmaker to find 6 women in a big metro area because I've had my standards so high. I'm like, all right, let's make this easier. So if you're chronically online, lonely men who've fallen into doomer mindsets, yep. And, I don't agree on the heavy reliance on hypergamy framework, which, especially breaks down when you know people in person over time. But, can toxic internet frameworks trick lonely men into healthy habits? Perhaps. Like, you should go outside and stay open-minded. Absolutely. So the way of Cam, somewhat practical, somewhat for a relationship. Honey Renee, how do I know if he likes me? One of those just very basic high attraction tactics videos. Dating should be handled with cold strategy of a corporate job hunt. I don't know, man. Dating should be really emotional. Women must keep their options open with a roster, demand real life. No, this is yuck. Her distinction between anxiety and love is her best advice, teaching women butterflies are actually a sign of nervous uncertainty, and a true healthy relationship should feel boringly peaceful. Like, these are conversations I'm going to have on a date. Like, hey, to me, often romantic sparks often are a sign of a potentially or probably toxic relationship. Whereas, a healthy relationship often might, at least in some ways, feel a bit boring, but it also will feel safe and you'll feel like you want to open and get into it further. Whereas those insane hot sparks are often an indication that there's going to be an explosion and it's going to be a disaster. And I wish I could find, actually, no, I have found a woman or two that overinvested in me too early on. And I didn't like that. But I'd like to have a woman that I like who would overinvest in me early on. If I could like you and I please overinvest in me. I would love that. Like, from what I'm seeing, most of the women I'm encountering are struggling with underinvesting in me, at least. And I do not agree with her advice, though, at all about lining up a new partner. Although part of me really wishes I had done that, as I mentioned before. And I totally, lining up your partner before you leave the current one is dishonorable. Relating coach Deborah Cooper, dating disasters, lessons learned, her relationship advice. And I agree a lot with her thesis. Women in relationships suffer because they make decisions from temporary emotions instead of logic. Unfortunately, women seem to be driven heavily by emotions, and men often are too. But in relationships, you really need to make some decisions need to be made on logic. And, I'm not seeing much blatant disrespect, at least in my dates. And, I hear there's some pretty blatant disrespect going on out there. But then all of us are translating through our own filters. Some of my fun and humor could be translated as blatant disrespect. Like this woman, I was joking, and I said, I'm being funny. She's wanting to hear my comedy routine. I'm like, well, are there any subjects I shouldn't get into? And she said, it's like, don't say anything about women. So I essentially said something just to be funny and provocative and stuff. But I see how somebody could, oh, that's blatant disrespect. That's a red flag. Like, oh man, I'm amazed anybody can date in this day and age. And I'm proud of any of you that are continuing to date. I'm proud of any of you that keep trying, because this is hard. Oh yeah, make it hard. This is hard. Now, if you're trapped in one-sided financial relationships, if you struggle to set boundaries with toxic family members, these are things worth considering. Her advice is pretty toxic on blended family environments though. And you really need to work together. And to me, do not be blatantly disrespectful to me in public. That's awful. Women and men both should be polite in public. And you don't start yelling or screaming or putting your partner down in public. That shit's fucking crazy. And I'm not putting up with that. That's for sure. Now, number 80 out of 100, the school life, those who are terrified of love. When a relationship with a previous long loving partner becomes inexplicably cold, you're often separated from deep avoidance and fear of love. Your best move is to leave. Yes, I stopped trying to talk through a partner's avoidant behavior. Yes, that's true. And, then the 4 chances and we're off, though, is pretty arbitrary. And, it's tough. This is why you need a community, ideally in person, but also having an online community can help. Like at myschool.com/Jerry Banfield community, you really need to get feedback from others to figure out if your complicated relationship, I guess everybody told my ex to get divorced. Everybody told me to stay married. I thought I've decided we should get divorced and agreed with her when everybody told me to stay married. Nobody I talked to said we should get divorced. But I guess most of the people my ex was talking to did tell her to get divorced. Which, looking back, was that good? I don't know. It's all up and downs. I'd like to think it's going to be great for the long term. It's certainly been fun and adventure, but also challenging in the short term. But every relationship's going to have some complexity. I think usually the right thing to do is lean in, but it depends. Todd V dating. I had been, top 5 dating secrets I wish I knew earlier. Perfect clickbait headline. And I agree, true attraction requires leaning into sexual tension rather than avoiding it. I've been a bit too conservative on that. Whereas, you can see I'm always thinking some sexual shit and ready to say that's what she said or, oh, it's hard, But with first dates especially, I've been being a bit too neutered on first dates of just showing up, being boring. But what really helped me is watching this woman I talked about earlier. Before I talked to her, I watched this guy have a really boring conversation with her. I'm like, oh my God, is this what I'm doing on dates? Is this me? Ew. So the game is the seasoning is not the state. It is mature. Stop over gaming and destroying trust and definitely make natural connection. At the same time, I don't think all of society is set up to try and keep men sexless. And a lot of society is training men to be safe though. And I've taken in a lot of that too. I used to be a lot more dangerous and a lot more comfortable being like very sexual and stuff. But to the point where, I was not, I didn't respect boundaries unless there was a very clear, like, stop, no, and don't. Like then, then I'm respecting that. But I was, focused on getting what I wanted before. And the more I've been more considerate, the more you can see, like, I'm considering, is it rude to interrupt a woman who seems to be going out in public with no desire to connect with other people? Like is that safe and sexless or is that considerate? I don't know. But Todd's got some good dating videos, but a lot of it is just approach and basic stuff. Tony Gaskins, the relationship advice women are misleading you. He says that women should never take relationship advice from other women. I mean, be open to relationship advice from anybody that can help. And he's warning that taking, advice from hyper manipulative transactional dating coaches usually leads to misery is valid. True intimacy and trust cannot exist when one person's constantly viewing the other as a mark to be gamed for game. That's absolutely true. And at the same time, any married female influence, when he says the sweeping absolutist claims are generally not, we don't want to do that. And I think women can absolutely give women great advice about other men. So it's kind of ridiculous. At the same time though, there's a point. You should broaden who you listen to. Casey Zander. Yep. My buddy, you made it down to 83. And I probably watched more of his dating videos lately than anybody else. Although I put more time into Owen Cook. Casey's really fell off recently. Talking about his latest stuff is so bad. He's talking about modern dating men are either effortlessly chosen by women based on their raw physical attractiveness and aura, or they're faced to overcompensate with money, effort, and text game. No, Casey. I mean, maybe in the world you're living in, not in the world I'm living in. I'm seeing women that are choosing men that they don't appear to, the physical attractiveness doesn't even appear to be an issue at all. And the aura, I'm like, this woman wanted to fix her upper. This guy's ugly and he's an asshole. So I'm seeing literally the exact opposite of what he's talking about. And this kind of advice to me is very detrimental for actually leading to a relationship. Now, I do agree, like, this is why you got to separate, I very much agree with, like, view habit building as subtraction rather than addition. Like, that's highly practical. I absolutely agree. I mean, just cut out all drinking, not just late night drinking. Cut out junk food, work out. I absolutely do agree with that. But I've seen women choose men that have physically let themselves go. And you don't want to rely on pickup artist lines, but the claim that a truly desired man has nothing to do other than text is ridiculous. Absolutely. But I don't want a woman who would sleep with me on the first date. Like, unless perhaps she'd known me for a long time, and there's already a lot of tension, that might make sense. But especially off a dating app or matchmaking, if you would sleep with me on the first date, you would do that with anybody else. And that's gross. Like, as I said, I've done that before. So I've done that. But, the discussion, is the provider dead? That's ridiculous. Casey's focus on raw physical attraction is what he's personally gotten into. And then he's sharing that with all these guys that follow him. And it's an example of, when I was watching Case, a lot of his older videos say different things, and his newer videos, which I've focused on with all these, are like, sorry, Casey, I'm not watching you anymore, my man. Not watching you anymore. Coach Kyle, proven framework to get more dates in 30 days. Just getting dates without emphasis on translating dates into relationships or getting dates that align, not good for relationships. Even so, this is based on cold approach. I don't agree on cold approach. It's not the way to find a great relationship. Just cold approaching and, constantly bothering people. Don't agree with that. Now, I like his, to practice and role play before going infield. That makes sense. I'm perfectly capable of cold approaching. I don't, it doesn't make sense. And if there's some woman out there that's just desperate for me to cold approach her, but she's gonna be sitting down like this, acting like she's not, like, that's dishonest. So, the recommendation, this Coach Kyle's the one that with the recommendation to record approaches to review later. I mean, that has a certain sense to it, but that could go drastically wrong too. So do not record game tape of their dates. That's crazy. Dr. Ramani, the secret agenda of love bombing. It's not what you expect. Love bombing is not simply over-the-top romance, it's subtle grooming and series of loyalty tests. I agree, move in slowly on new relationships. Don't just try and love bomb them all over the place. And, don't throw out a whole bunch of compliments over the top. The downside, though, this gets me to not want to compliment at all. And, I feel bad in this culture and stuff. A woman who's taken all this time to like get ready and look beautiful for a date, and then she shows up and I'm like, I don't even want to compliment or acknowledge any of this, because then it starts looking like I'm desperate and I really care. And it's like, fuck, man. So I try and acknowledge, like, I gave a nice compliment to this one woman. I said, I enjoyed the thought that you were getting ready and trying to look, your best for this date with me. Like, I acknowledged the work and the time she put in to trying to look nice. But even like that, like, that's not a very dangerous compliment, It's like, man, this taking all this in is difficult because there's so much, but at the same time, this is expanding. This is how you grow, is to this research benefits me as much or more than anybody else. And I hope it's benefiting you the same. Now, I do like his point, though, in the discussion, like, are butterflies actually a trauma warning sign? I'd say lots of times, yes. If you're getting serious butterflies with somebody, instead of kind of getting to know them and being curious and wanting to get to them to know better, if you're feeling like this huge spark, I would say it's a warning sign. Jonathan, as a slay, important questions to ask before sleeping together. Yes, I do agree. You should ideally have a conversation. Direct, explicit conversation about exclusivity, deleting dating apps. Absolutely agree with that. Very good advice to make a healthy relationship. And, filter anyone not looking for something serious right from the start. Absolutely. And at the same time, though, presenting a list of vows to a man before you've slept together, this can be a bit, off-putting. You definitely could lose something with this, but I think some basic dating vows are an empowered boundary. And this is you can see, though, if you were to do this on the first date, how this would not, like, this is why you shouldn't sleep with people on a first date. Because having a conversation like this on the first date is way too soon. Michael Sartain, I'm sure he'd be unhappy he got ranked below Saudia. How to stop being a nice guy and get girls. A man's morality and pandering do not generate sexual attraction. I agree. And women subconsciously state they want comfort for a relationship, but they actually feel raw sexual arousal for men with high status, boundaries, and pre-selection. Unfortunately, this does seem to have some accuracy, and do be willing to walk away from a conversation and maintain self-respect. I do agree with that. At the same time, though, the insistence that a successful relationship requires women to know all the time and forever that other women find you attractive. Yeah, I don't like trying to maintain the jealousy and stuff. And I unfortunately did that in my relationship. One tactic I did use with my ex, I was making attractive female friends all the time because, I didn't do that for the entire relationship. Although when we were first dating, this woman was so beautiful. She was so friendly and stuff. I was like, fuck, I know I got a girlfriend, but I gotta get this girl's number anyway. And that was kind of fucked up. That was, I was 29. Yeah, that wasn't the best move. I just moved in with my ex at the time. We were just boyfriend and girlfriend. This girl at the gym was so hot, though. And she was talking to me in animated. I gave her my business card, you know what I'm saying? And she added me on Facebook. But for a lot of the relationship, when we were healthy, I wasn't having attractive women as friends. But when our marriage started to got unhealthy, then I started to try and trigger this jealousy in my wife to try and encourage her to step up her game. So this, and what it did contribute to this low level insecurity, and it probably contributed to her disrespecting me and stuff. So in another relationship, I would actually intentionally minimize having any women I'm attracted to as friends. I would bring in the women I already have that are friends that are attractive, but I would actually intentionally try and avoid situations where like for example, I hired a personal trainer in 2016, the most attractive personal trainer at the gym, like early 20s. And I saw her twice a week. And that's the exact kind of thing I'm talking about. Like in another marriage, I would not do that. That was messed up. And he's saying that's exactly what he's saying. So do women make nice guys wait while instantly choosing players? Sometimes, not all the time. Creator number 88, Austin Dunham dating. Well, having success on dating apps taught me about women. His thesis, you optimize your dating profile signals to trigger a woman's primal desire, and then don't put attractive people on a pedestal. That makes sense, treating people to baseline, but I totally disagree with this claim that relationships built on lust and 3-second primal attraction to dating. This is so bad. Like, I watched some of his videos trying to optimize my dating apps. I'm like, this is, some women do want to be put on a pedestal. My ex wanted to be put on a pedestal. She loved that shit when we started dating. So this is why a one size fits all does not value. And I don't believe in treating dating like a marketing funnel. I'm a marketing guy. I've got over 1 billion views online. I have my school community that talks, we do AI and YouTube and making money in there also and living a healthy life. So I'm a marketing guy, absolutely. And there's a big difference between marketing funnels and getting my message out to as many people as I can and getting leads. Dating should not be like a marketing funnel, Austin. Dating is not a marketing funnel. Women and connection and a relationship and love and a partnership should be treated much more emotional and sacred and not the cold business approach of a marketing funnel. Creator 89, Fariza Gulomakova. The reality of dating and marrying Muslim men. I wanted to get at least one video in and discussing, Muslim. And she says, Western Christian men should avoid dating because, the fundamental differences in religious views can be difficult. I went on a date with a Muslim woman, and I certainly, I didn't find her that attractive physically. And I only could see her face and her hands too, but I didn't get to see any of her physical attractiveness and our personalities. That didn't leave me wanting to see her again. So I absolutely would date a Muslim woman myself, but I'm not like very strongly Christian. But her experience was that there was too much, conflict. And, her advice to maintain absolute financial independence, I don't agree with that. You should work together. If one person can really make a lot of money, you shouldn't be sacrificing all your time and energy to make money when the other person is effective at doing that. So, I don't agree with like the broad fear-based generalizations, that she's put out in here. And, sure, it is a good idea not to ignore cultural red flags where you might not align, but at the same time, I would date a Muslim woman. Absolutely. Here's a made it out lesbian dating chaos talking about, the dating and lesbian relationships. And the thesis here is embracing the chaos of your dating history and personal lore is a valid part of finding yourself. But yes, you do have to stop going from messy dating and external validation to dating apps and actually get a quality partnership at some point. I absolutely agree with delete dating apps. Dating apps suck and are sabotaging. And at the same time, though, walking up to people and being like super aggressive. Now, maybe this makes sense when often women are passive, but this kind of ironically from lesbian dating sounds a lot like some of the pickup artist dudes. And yeah, I'm not big on boundary pushing. I mean, I've gotten some pretty negative reactions being pretty gentle and nice. And so I guess certainly don't want anything more extreme than that. So I would love to date an equal. I would love to date an equal. I almost never find a woman that I think is dating higher. And almost every woman I go out with feels like dating down. I would love to date a woman that's an equal. I like to think I got my shit together so much in a lot of ways that I don't know what would even be like. I think I did date up when I met my ex though. I definitely, that was dating up for sure. And I'm willing to date down, but I prefer to date an equal. I'll take dating up also if it exists for me. Mia Adora says, detach and stop being a nice girl. He'll step up by a former single mom. By a former single mom? I mean, all right. Women must, we're getting to 4 hours here. Let's wrap this shit up. Women must stop over-functioning and carrying the emotional weight of others. Exactly. Exactly. Stop trying to do so much and make space so you're emotionally available when a healthy masculine man comes along. And I will pursue a woman if you signal that you desire my pursuit. But do not pursue a woman when she doesn't signal she's interested in your desire, your pursuit. I agree. You should absolutely watch a man's consistent actions over his words and excuses. I'm surprised lots of times. Apparently, I'm different than a lot of men. I hear from women what men are doing. I'm like, the fuck are men doing out there? Like, men are, lying about being married, lying about their height, lying about their age, promising one thing to, not delivering it. I'm like, I'm here. And where I'm ready for my queen to step up and say, look, I want you. I desire you. Please pursue me. Text me every morning. See, I'm happy to text a woman every morning if she responded positively to that and didn't go cold and ignore me some days or send one fucking word replies. I would be happy to pursue, but you gotta let me know. All right. But this got interesting with some of the, some of them, there could be some, but it is still dangerous when you're watching people that start trying to be a doctor and a dating coach and other stuff at the same time. And dating coaching going into pseudo medicine can be problematic. I do believe though the energy you move and health are very related. So it does get tricky, especially on YouTube. You got to be really careful making any specific claims to specific things. But I personally know I get massages, I move energy, and my body is fantastically healthy, which is how I've been able to talk for 4 hours uninterrupted. Picture me on a date. Cherish allies. Just us girls dating advice I wish I knew sooner. Love, heartbreak, and moving on. If a boy crosses your boundaries or disrupts your peace, leave him immediately. I mean, again, if you can clearly define a boundary versus a personal preference, that can make sense. I don't think you need a whole lot of time to heal after a breakup, because the problem with this, there's a quote from somebody I think it was Eckhart Tolle or Wayne Dyer. So supposedly there's a parable of a guy long ago and his son, he was told in the morning that his 19-year-old son had died in a Navy accident. And the father was found that night out at a dance participating in a celebration. And somebody was shocked to say, how can you be out at this dance having fun like this when your son died today? And the man said, well, at some point, I'm going to go back to having a joyful life after my son is passed. And I say that today shall be that day, because I see no point in throwing away a day of suffering when my son would want me to have a day of joy. And that's what I think about breakups. Like, a lot of people just put themselves in what to me looks, what they call healing is just voluntary suffering. Like, literally, as soon as I got separated, I was immediately trying to date. I don't need time to heal or to be alone. And I think that is just rationalizing a bunch of extra suffering. The opportunity cost for that is high. You are wasting your time. Get out there and at least start meeting people and talking. Now, her generalization that men are lustful, cheaters, and liars, I unfortunately see how that is true sometimes. Some men, I was faithful for 15 years in my relationship. I had integrity and was honest, too honest for my ex lots of times. I was a little lustful for sure, but that's all of us are going to have some character defects, and having a strict zero tolerance policy, if someone makes one mistake, that you're going to be alone doing that. Nobody is going to, the question is forgiveness. And, if they treat you the same way, if both people have a strict zero tolerance policy, then nobody is going to ever be in a relationship for long. So I don't think your body literally rejects a toxic partner. I think a lot of us make things way worse than they have to be. Coach Corey Wayne, boy, I was happy to put Coach Corey Wayne at the end of this, let me tell you. I started watching his videos when I was first separated, and he has some good points, to be clear, in his video. Absolutely. Some of them are good points. I agree that when a woman pulls back or goes cold, a man should match that action. Because if the woman's desire has gone, then there's no point in trying to cultivate it, as I've made sure to test. I agree to stop pursuing when someone's actions show low interest, refuse maybe dates, and absolutely avoid doing any kind of crazy shit like that. But so much of his material, like he goes off on his followers and expects them to read I bought his 3% Man book and read the whole fucking thing. And his idea that you should read his book 10 times that's some of the most bullshit stuff I've heard before. A lot of other people have books, Corey. You're not the only author out there who wrote a dating book, all right? I'm interested to hear other people's opinions. And, the idea that a woman wanting to slow down the pacing is questionable. The idea that you should just try and have fun and hook up and have sex and, geez, man, no. Like doing this kind of research, I was subscribed to Coach Corey Wayne's channel before I did this research. And after this research, I'm like, Corey's in the bottom 10%. And this Corey charges $1,000 an hour to have a call with him, everyone. So you can get one for just $96, or you can get one for $49 for the first 25 members of my school. You can jump right in and talk to me for, join my school. So much better deal than talking to Corey. He has some good points, but not sustainable. Entrepreneurs and cars, several very toxic videos out of this channel. And the idea of, treating the dating market as an optionality and non-monogamy, guarding his commitment, refusing to rush into cohabitation. I agree that, I got a professional photographer for my dating profiles right before I deleted them. I didn't see that it helped a huge amount over what I'd already done. But just stop using dating apps though. And I completely disagree with anything that's misleading, just keeping around. It's awful. And I see men that are doing this right now. And this is the exact wrong thing to me to be telling a divorced man, about spinning plates. So, and yet the videos have gotten a bunch of views. Ask an older man, dating in this economy is completely broken. And yes, it can be hard, but it's important to put out ideas that are supportive for people. And putting out ideas that dating is broken is not helping. And yes, sometimes it is transactional and it's a gamified environment, but other times it's a beautiful and magical environment. Dating is completely working. That's also valid. I agree to approach women naturally and comfortably, treating them like normal people. Absolutely. Do you think I'd walk up to some random dude in a coffee shop on his fucking phone and be like, hey, what's up, bro? What you doing? Hey, you want to hang out? What's going on with you? You think I would do that in a coffee shop? You think I walk up to a random man? So this is a good point on here. At the same time, though, the idea that a woman making a man wait for intimacy automatically means she doesn't like him and is using him for free food. Nah, all right? No, that's, I love that Ask an Older Man is out there doing his videos. And, I have no intention of going on a dating strike to stack my money. I'm focusing on making money because I need to pay my fucking rent off of something that's not a credit card. Cash advance, which reminds me, I need to write that check today. At the same time, I'm very emotionally available. I'm out. I'm going to go in like 10, 20 minutes. As soon as I wrap this up, I'm going to go meet a woman who's a good friend that I'd definitely be interested in dating. I told her that, and she was pretty uninterested, but still interested in being friends and working together. So I'm going to go meet her in an event and be available and see if there's any women that are interested in me approaching them. But I did spend most of the day on my work. Owen Cook. Now, this hurt to put Owen down here. Because Owen has a lot of good videos, a lot of great points. You know, I watched this entire almost 4-hour video at double speed. Now, I've been able to watch a lot of videos, watch them at double speed. Best life ever, endless girls and money, fucking around like an idiot. Now, Owen has a lot of practical tips for attractiveness and success. He certainly seems like he's got, you know, an incredible body count. He's got kids, a highly energized life, made a lot of money. He's also, you know, had to deal with a lot of controversy. He's helped a lot of people. But at the same time, you know, it's his observation about being overly technical, rigid, or outcome dependent. A lot of the stuff he says is really good. But a man being a chaotic, high energy rock star to attract women, Owen's example personally, like I don't see any evidence that Owen has had a history of like a decade-long relationship with a woman that's been loving and positive and supportive and like making a team. Owen's had a ton of hookups, it seems. He was RSD Tyler Durden, early pickup game community. But, you know, the promotion of like being this like wild dude, you know, performative. I mean, it encourages men to act obnoxiously, cross social boundaries, and exhaust themselves trying to maintain this rock star. Like going out and like watching his infield videos is so cringe. Are you a vibe? Are you a vibe? Are you a vibe? Are you a vibe? Like, you're a fucking psycho? Like, I like a lot of the stuff you say, but your infield stuff makes me not have any interest in ever buying your course, despite me having watched probably 40 or 50 hours of your content. No, I don't want to learn more of that shit. That's for sure. So Owen Cook, I've learned some helpful stuff for him, but I want to learn from people who've had happy relationships, who know how to make a successful partnership with someone, and who are respectful of people and their boundaries. At the same time, Owen would say, you're just a bitch, Jerry. You're just a bitch. That's what he'd say. You're just a bitch. Look at you. You're not making money. I mean, I'm making money. I started up on YouTube like 100 days ago. I'm up to 1,500 a month already. That's pretty good. And we're going to have it going up to 10 grand a month, the school community, in no time, because I provide fantastic value in there. But Owen would probably say, you're just a bitch, Jerry. You're just a bitch. That's what he'd probably say to me. But this is my video, Owen. You're just number 96 out of 100 in my video, Owen. How about that? Pearl, even lower than Owen. How I got red pilled. Men, wife, hoes all the time. What? So some of these, I mean, do we even need to talk about this one? Obviously, you don't need to have revenge fantasies, and the dating market doesn't necessarily deliver karma. Absolutely. I can't stand the highly transactional and cynical view that men, that relationships are purely about selling yourself to desperate men. Definitely don't agree with that. And, what happens when Red Pill's own creators admit the doctrine is cope? Like, it's, just be yourself, be authentic. Justin J. You almost got down to 100 over here, but I was pretty frustrated and feeling hurt. And I got sucked into watching some of Justin J's videos, and he really finds great videos to roast women on. But, he's saying modern dating's failing women. But, I agree with the fast-tracked access via dating apps and texting heavily does create a dangerous illusion. Like, he does make some good points. But, man, I just feel bad after watching his videos. Like, he just constantly is just speaking in half-truths, putting women down. To me, the thing his videos are some of the most popular in dating right now. He grinds them out. But to me, I just feel if I'm watching his videos, I'm sabotaging my chance for a healthy relationship. And like he's promoting, at least in his current videos, he could change at any time. This is a recent video that I used to rank this based off this specific video. I would love to see him change and stop essentially promoting this gender war. But when you listen to him, he's frames dating as us versus them. And it's not us versus them. It's us with us. It's all of us trying to work together, trying to have some love. And when you're dating, you do not want a us versus them mindset. You want to, when you're a man that wants to date women, you want to, I love women. I respect and worship the goddess. I prepare to receive all the love that my queen has to offer. That's the mindset you want to offer. That's why I do videos. And I would love for somebody that's watching Justin J to watch my videos and see how you feel watching my videos compared to watching his videos. Number 99, even lower than Justin J is Alexander Grace, talking about this survey of women, it just puts women down. There's some valid data and stuff behind that, but I mean, the political boundaries, I do way too many dating profiles I've seen have talked about, if you voted Trump, swipe left. It's like, that's a pretty stupid thing to filter over, in my opinion, because, often it's polarity that makes things interesting, and it's non-polarity that makes people fucking insane. Like my ex, that was one of her boundaries, which is probably why I feel this way about it. She's like, if I'm not dating a guy unless he's liberal. Because I was middle of the road. I even was such a people-pleasing, "You're a bitch, Jerry," like Owen would say. "You're a bitch." I got so people-pleasing, I even ended up being trying to be liberal. And I'm middle of the road. I don't believe either bullshit on either side. It's all bullshit. It's all a distraction. There are some points on both sides, but like filtering and only wanting to date a liberal is some crazy shit. So I do agree with that. But at the same time, framing marriage as a transactional exchange and, criticizing like women's lies exposed. I mean, this is some helpful, but, we don't want a gender war. There's no gender war. We need to work together. And Better Bachelor wins the position of creator 100 out of 100. With this video, it's over 96% of men are competing for the bottom 20% of women. Totally inaccurate. Based off of some evolutionary perspective study talking about, the top tier 1 to 5% of men are not sleeping with 85% of the women. Like I know a number of men, a number of women, and that's not accurate. And, the advice to avoid despair and resentment, that definitely makes sense. But at the same time, it's taking this has a number of views, a lot of people watching this. And you got to really watch out for the uncritical acceptance and broadcasting of extreme self-reported data. And yes, quote, top 1% of guy, but is a man truly a top 1% that's sleeping with 287 women? And I've certainly met some of these guys in person, even created content with them. And, this 95% of men, I don't agree that you don't have zero options. And yes, some women are just sleeping with these guys because they're essentially getting tricked into finding attraction. They have a one-night stand with these guys or, situationship. But we need to stop like the hookup app statistics. Monogamy is not dead. My ex met one guy on one app and is dating him, as far as I know. And she doesn't tell me much more because she don't want me to broadcast shit all over YouTube. You can see what I'm saying? She probably already told me too much. So, the hookup app statistics, yes, you're also, the women that are on dating apps generally are much more interested in hooking up, not always. And the men on dating apps are also the ones much more interested in hooking up. So you got to watch this data. So, to pull it all together, what I took for 100 videos, attraction definitely matters, but it's not enough. Emotional regulation shows up, but that's tricky. To me, emotional regulation, I have to be careful where I put my energy. If I chase a woman that, pursue a woman that hasn't signaled she wants me, that drains my energy. I definitely think that romantic spark is way overrated. And, there's a lot of fear-based dating advice that's addictive, but seriously corrosive. The best advice helps you become someone worth choosing and choose someone worth building with. And to me, a lot of men are struggling with becoming a man worth choosing, and a lot of women are struggling to pick a man who's worth building with instead of one where there's this romantic spark or this attraction. But, there's problems on both sides. There's men that pick women that aren't worth building with. There's women that are, need to work on becoming more choosing. So, out of synthesizing all this, I'll simplify and wrap up. What really seems to work, tactics open the door, confidence and clear intent get the first date. Like practical scores are real. So having the ability to get a date, like I've got like 20 dates. I know how to get a date using all different techniques. I can get dates. But what difference does going out on 20 dates make when in a lot of ways, it'd be better not to go out on dates when they consistently don't work. When you use tactics and attraction and stuff to get a date, but then when you get out on the date, it's not satisfying. And you got to keep emotional regulation and self-worth to like keep it open and to build a happy relationship. And the more you get into like instantly having sex and, you know, these negative mindsets and gender wars and all that stuff, the more you get into that, the harder it is to stay emotionally regulated too. And obviously, you know, the gap is the lesson. The best creators that are most worth following focus on both attracting and then building connection. The attraction and the connection building need to be together. And most men are being taught attraction and women are being taught vetting, but women need to learn more attraction, like clean your habits and your life up, and men need to learn more vetting. I've been learning that I need to watch some more advice meant for women on picking out red flags with women, because I get over emotionally regulated when I'm not vetting women and in the buyer mindset. And the idea is become someone worth choosing and learn to choose well. That's what you really need to do. Work on yourself, but also learn to make choices that you're actually happy with. So if you'd like to see me do deeper on any creator, let me know in the chat. We've got through this entire presentation now. 4 hours and 19 minutes straight. All that Jerry Banfield straight, never chased that. What? If you made it to the end of this, school.com/Jerry Banfield is calling your name. All right, don't be an avoidant. Get on in there. Stick it on in. Just get straight in. If you want to create a life you love, my school is there to support you. You can DM me anytime, and I'm right there. I get the DMs instantly on my phone when you DM me. I have weekly group calls, and right now for dating, these are wide open. I just launched my school a couple weeks ago. We can set this up. You can post questions. Ask. I'd prefer that you don't use the dating profile, but if you got one, we can give you feedback. You can talk about your dating. Anything you want, post, get help, get feedback from the community. You can be accountable. And we can give you some ideas too for what you can, ultimately, this online community is to help you. What you really need is community to build with in person. And this online community is there to support you in building in person. If you want to have belonging, community, and get a feel for what that's like, we're here and we'll help you find more ways to build that in your real life. If you want to live a healthy life and build income with YouTube and AI, my school is there for all that also. Thank you very much for watching to the end. Holy shit, I've heard myself talk so much today. I think I'm almost tired of it. Now I'll just find a woman that wants to hear me talk this much too. All right, thanks for watching. I have, if you like this, I have 5 more channels I live stream on also. Those playlists are linked in the description. You can watch Jerry Banfield live damn near every day. All right, I love y'all. Peace. It's checkout time. We gotta go. I'm gonna go out in person and put some of this shit into action right now.